And chat, how's it going, guys? Welcome once again to the yearly wrap-up. Let me bring the stream crew on. Beep boop.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going, guys?
Very good.
Going okay?
So, for those of you who weren't here last year, at the end of every year, we go over the games that we, as a group, go over the games that came out this year, what we played, what was interesting. Then we talk about some of the other games we played this year that didn't come out this year. Then we pick a game of the year and talk about what we're looking forward to. We are waiting on Love, but if you guys could introduce yourselves.
I'm Minda. You see me almost every week in Final Fantasy.
I'm Danny, Law's childhood friend. I have been annoying him since forever and will continue to do so.
I'm Bunty, also known as Teddy, and I'm here sometimes when my schedule doesn't get in the way.
Well, I'm glad you could make it today.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I've got a list of games that came out this year, full releases in roughly chronological order that I played. I've got a couple early access games that launched this year. I've got a bunch of older games that I played this year. And we've got a few games to talk about that I didn't play, but that you guys suggested. So why don't we launch right into it with the first new game I played this year, which was Persona 3 Reload, which I have not finished. I'm in, I think, November, and I just haven't had the chance to stream the rest of it since February, because that was a clusterfuck of a couple of months, let me tell you.
Yeah, thinking about, like, as far as, like, our great games of the year go, it's very front and back heavy.
Yeah.
At least as far as this discussion goes. There's also, the elephant in the room is Dawn Trail, right smack dab in the middle of the summer, but we're not going to be able to talk about that much because we're with you.
Sorry. We are going to talk about Stormblood, if that's any consolation.
We are going to get to talk about Stormblood, which, is also appropriate because, like Dawn Trail and Stormblood feel similar to me in ways that we can't discuss, but there are parallels there. But anyway.
Yeah, Persona
3.
Persona 3. I played Persona 3 for the first time back in 2014. I got partway through the game, then my streaming computer imploded and I couldn't continue. So I was excited for the remake to come out, and they added in a bunch of mechanics from later games. They cleaned everything up. They let you have control over your characters. And added some cool stuff.
They added one secret boss fight that I don't know if I should mention, but I'm sure the people who know.
You realize I've seen you stall Persona 3 twice now.
Sorry. If it's any consolation, I'm probably going to have time to play the rest of it sometime in the next couple months. There aren't any new games coming out that I'm going to to play.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I think
and then after that, Metaphor, just continuing the, or Metaphor. I always want to call it like something more. I want to call it something more fun than Metaphor, but it's Metaphor.
I always say the Refantasio part.
Refantasio, yeah.
I really want to play Metaphor. I just don't have time in my stream schedule, so I'll have to play it on my own.
I got it for Christmas, so I'll hopefully be playing it soon as well.
Yeah. Metaphor is probably the biggest game of the year that all of us are, like, waiting to play because we don't have time right now.
Yeah.
Hi, hello, I'm a terrible friend and a horrible person. I'm so fucking sorry.
You.
Welcome, love.
I stayed up way too late last night, and I woke up and I completely forgotten.
Only one of
Sorry.
those three things is true, love. Relax.
Anyway, love, have you played Metaphor?
Okay, what have I missed? What are we talking about?
We're talking about Persona 3 and Metaphor.
Like, at the moment, you were talking about Metaphor. Have you played Metaphor? I'm just curious.
We have it, but I have not played it yet.
Good. You're in good company because that's everyone else.
There's too many good games this
Yeah,
year.
we were just discussing how all of us want to play Metaphor, and we just haven't had time because it came out in November, and like between other games and just the holidays, there's just no time. But anyway, back to the beginning of the year with Persona 3, the first game we were talking about.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I'm liking it a lot. It's refreshing to play more Persona, let me tell you that, without a lot of the baggage that Persona 4 comes with. There are still a couple weird things about Persona 3, but not nearly as many as in 4.
No, I mean, this dates back to, like, when the first game came out, when the original game came out in, 2006? Like, I could never get into Persona because, like, so it's a game where you shoot yourself in the head, and it's a metaphor for something, but it was always too weird for me just from the jump.
I suppose that part is pretty weird, come to think of it. Like, I'm talking more like people being creepy in the game. But
okay, so Persona 4 is a game about identity, but it came out in like 2007 and was made in Japan, so that it has a lot of baggage.
Yep.
Yeah, which ironically, for the most part, Persona 2 in 1999 didn't have.
That's because in the mid to late 90s, pretty much across the globe in a lot of first world countries, people were feeling a lot more loose with it than they were in the mid 2000s.
Yeah, it's it's interesting, right? Because like sort of casual side gay shit happened a lot in like the late 90s and early 2000s. Like I'm remembering Fire Emblem 7 on the Game Boy Advance.
And let's not forget Thrasher 776 on the Super Nintendo.
Well, no. Let me finish. I'm just remembering Lucius and Raven.
Yeah.
Those are my guys. And they are very gay.
Yeah.
But it's never, like, outright stated, you know? And I'm thinking about, like, the Uranus and Neptune from Sailor Moon, who are...
Oh, yeah.
And, like,
they're just blatant. They're just blatant.
But I mean, like, Sailor Moon is one of the queerest things on the planet. It's very funny because the main ship is like extremely generic straight ship, which means that all of the side characters get to be gay as fuck, and I love that for them.
I mean, like,
I'm pretty sure that like Naoko Takeuchi and Yoshihiro Togashi met at an LGBT rights event in Japan, like a support event, and that's how they initially met, if I remember correctly. So that makes sense.
Nice.
It makes,
that tracks with both of their works.
Both of their works.
Usagi and Mamoru are the most bisexual coded straight ship in like semi-modern media, and like you always know that the best MF ships are the ones written by and by or for bisexuals, and so that's why Usagi and Mamoru have stood the test of time, despite the age gap situation, which is very real and constantly a thing in manga from that time. We don't that's going too far afield.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Persona 3 is a game that Lore has failed to finish twice now.
Oh my god. I'll get to it. I plan to get to it in the next couple months. Genuinely. After Persona 3, because like at the start of the year, in February, at the end of February, I had surgery on my sinuses. But in early February, Persona 3 Reload came out, and in late February, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth came out. So I had a huge deal with my schedule in February and March to fit in 2 weeks of each game, and it crunched my schedule, and I'm still working off some of the backlog. But the next game that came out this year that I played was Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Sound off, who's played it?
Let's go!
That's everyone. It took Di a while, but we got him eventually.
Yep, I'm there. I'm there.
Go. Let's fucking go. Okay, you guys ready to talk about fucking Final Fantasy VII?
Oh yeah.
We're not gonna do the full Final Fantasy VII Rebirth podcast today because we've got a lot to get to. But let's do it in short. Rebirth, fucking awesome. Loved it.
Fucking video game.
Let's be careful with spoilers as well, because I know that Ott at the very least hasn't played it yet, but wants to. So, but yeah, it's,
I wasn't ready, so I don't have my full like spiel. But I want to see Genesis in Part 3. I'm allowed to want to see Genesis in Part 3.
No, you're not.
I mean,
you're not.
At this point, it feels very probable.
The less Genesis, the better.
That's you're allowed to be wrong.
You're allowed to be wrong.
Chime in and say that his name is Mega Drive.
See, I don't even have like a ball in the race of like looking forward to Genesis being there or not. I'm just saying, like, between the stuff that's in the remakes themselves and the re-release of Crisis Core, like, it's happening. Like, it's gonna happen.
Also,
there's a high likelihood that it's going to happen.
Here's the thing, Teddy's not wrong. I have mentally substituted the word Genesis for Mega Drive so many times that I do it automatically now. Like, as far as my brain is concerned, the first book of the Bible is Mega Drive.
Oh my god. Yeah, Rebirth.
Like, that does feed into a discussion we'll have for the Rebirth podcast, where like I do have like a theory on how Part 3 is going to end. But we'll have to talk about ending spoilers for that.
Yeah.
It's a good game. It's a big game.
Yeah,
maybe too big game because it took everybody forever to finish it. But like, Jesus Christ,
yeah.
I spent like 120 hours beating that game. But I did all the I did everything in every zone. So
yeah.
I still want to go back and do a hard mode playthrough because I haven't done that yet.
I didn't complete my hard mode playthrough, but I did a lot of it.
Yeah.
I really like the direct plot to plot parts, but like there is just too much open world.
Yeah.
Way too much open world.
See,
we've had this discussion before, but let's have it again because now is actually the appropriate time for it.
I had fun with every part of the game. I enjoyed every part of the game, and the more game there was to play, the happier I was.
Yeah.
Like, I am notably one of the chief, hey, we do not need to make every game open world, linearity is okay. But, like, I also enjoy having things to explore. So, like, a linear game where you give me, like, linear big areas that clearly, as long as I know where I'm going and I have shit to explore and I know what the correct way is so that I can go a different way than that, like, I'm gonna be good. And the environments were so fucking cool in this game that I was like, oh, what's over there? And they had like so many different like little things to fill in, and it just made my autism brain go extremely happy.
Honestly, my issue was every time you get to the open world, everything stalls. Like, okay, that's it. The plot is going to have to go on hold for the next 10 hours while I explore this zone, and then a couple times it's just like, okay, I've finished exploring this zone, let's get back to the plot. No, I'm right into the next open world zone, so the plot is still not going to actually start.
Yeah. Like most of the time, like you get to a new zone and the zone is available to you to run around and explore. And then they mix it up with Gungaga, where like you get to Gungaga and Gungaga does not let you explore at all until you get through the plot, and then the plot shepherds you off to the name escapes me, the Gulch.
Cosmo Canyon?
Cosmo Canyon, yes. Yeah. And then the plot shepherds you to Cosmo Canyon. and then all of a sudden, and like while it's shepherding you to Cosmo Canyon, it goes, and oh, by the way, there's a whole open world around here for you to explore before you go off to Cosmo Canyon. And so you get like 2 in a row right there. And also Gongaga is like the worst zone to explore.
Oh, it sucks.
Yeah, Gongaga did not need to be an open world in the first place. It was 3 screens originally.
Favorite area? It's
like
it's a nightmare to navigate. I thought it was cool. I thought it was cool that they expanded it in the plot and gave it an open world, but the open world was a nightmare to navigate.
Yeah, I actually do. I do love like the plot expansion of Gongaga because like you get the whole sequence at the reactor.
Careful.
I'm being vague.
Spoilers.
I'm being vague. It's like you get the whole sequence at the reactor. You get some new characters who you've seen elsewhere in the FF7 verse. You have way more investigation into this being Zack's hometown without actually saying his name, which is very interesting. But then you have the open world, which is just like a nightmare maze of jungle, and it's like, okay, we did not need this.
So the thing about it is that I fucking love the atmosphere, and the music is so good, and I think that the enemies are, like, most of them are really interesting, except for the ones that are fucking nightmare. It's like, the highs are so high, and the green chocobos are so fucking cute, and the lows are so low. Why am I having to jump on all these specific
there are some great boss fights out in the zone of Gongaga,
fighting
but like just getting around is such a pain.
Yeah, honestly, Gongaga was the last open world zone I actually participated in, and because it got to the point where I was just getting so fatigued of the open world stuff that it was stopping me from enjoying any of the rest of the game. Yeah. I had to skip the rest of it to be able to enjoy the game because
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, it just felt. I think the biggest issue Seven Rebirth has is it has bloat.
Yeah, and like I thought about this like as I was playing through it, and the realization I came to is that like the Rebirth open world fluff is really just like a modernized take on what the original game was, because the original game did have these wide open areas. But the problem was it was made in 1997, and they didn't have technology to like fill those big open areas with anything. So they just had you run from point to point, and there were random battles. And that was the open world. That was the open world experience of the 90s, was random battles that you hit as you were exploring the world. In modern times, modern games have, the modern audience has greater demands, and so they actually have like little fetch quests and checklists and to-do lists. And that's what all of that has become in Rebirth. And is it better or worse? I think they could have just like ignored it, because like the story is the stronger part of the game, and
it's so fucking good.
And like the actual linear portions of the game are like better than the open world parts, so they could just, it's sort of like it's just basic math. If you remove the worst part of the game, the average quality level of the game go up.
Okay, but here's the thing, right? The entire time I was like, holy shit, I want to learn more about this world. Oh my god, this world is so interesting. I want to save and protect this world. That's like the whole point of the side quests, right? And I feel like it does a very good job. All of the side quests and everything that you have to go on, even outside the open world objectives, the actual side quests that each of them get a focus on one of your characters and everything. I think those are all very fun with like a couple of exceptions.
Those are good.
I find the open world stuff really interesting because I am one of those people who explores every area in my RPG before moving on the plot anyway. So giving me more things to do is like, I get points to spend on things, and I get my materia. Like, as long as you give me a reward and I get a reward, I get really cool materia for exploring this area and learning more about this world I want to save. So like, sure, absolutely, just give it all to me. Om nom 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 nom.
Yeah. I also like part of my impression is like is colored one by just the race to finish the goddamn thing that we had back in February, because it was like there was just so much to do, and like I don't stream for a living, so I didn't have time to play this game.
Fair.
I almost didn't have time to play the game.
But like so there was that element, and then like in the weeks afterwards, like we come to find out that this game was basically so expensive as to be utterly unsustainable. Like as fun as it was, this was like probably a probably irresponsible amount of money went into making this game, which cool if you liked it, if you liked every single aspect of it, that's great, because that means that like every part of it was worth it. But like I'm looking at this going, okay, they literally can't keep making games like this. Like it's too expensive. There's too much, because like with the amount of money it costs to make this game, it needs to sell every copy. It needs to sell 10 million copies, and there are only 5 million FF7 fans.
Yeah,
like that's and like.
Game of the Year on Game FAQs for 20 years was not enough to sell every single copy of the game.
Exactly. like if there was some trade-off to like make it so that like, and the other thing too is like, because it's so expensive and takes so long to get, instead of making this one game, we could have gotten like a cheaper version of FF7 and also an FF9 remake. Like, imagine if the budget was cut in half for FF7, and they made FF7 remake and FF9 remake.
Or they could have made a version of FF8 that was genuinely great.
Yeah, or FF8 remake, which would be they
just need to remove level ups from the game.
Bad games and see what comes out of that. Like that would be fascinating.
I find all of this extremely like reductive to think about, because like sure, we could have gotten all of that stuff, but as someone who so my mom needed to, basically I only got to play the game during the day, and then when my mom got off work it was her turn to play, so like we had to alternate, so I had limited amounts of time to play every day, and I happily was able to get off the game because I knew I would have more stuff to do the next day, and I was excited about it. And I enjoyed literally every single minute of the game, except for a couple of the tower defense minigames, so we don't got to get into that.
Those were unnecessarily hard, yeah.
Yeah, and so I loved every single exploration. I love finding every single chocobo stop. I love every single little bit of the world. I was like, give me that, and I was just chewing it up and spitting it out, like not even spitting it out, swallowing it, becoming like the bloated with desire for more. and like that's not even getting into the actual story, which is the reason why I like Final Fantasy VII in the first place, is because of the stuff that like ended Final Fantasy VII Remake and leads into this. And I'm just like, I cannot be upset that this game exists, because it is honestly one of the best games I've ever played.
It's number 3 on my favorite games of all time list.
But I'm also like, if they cannot make another game like this, then I am even more glad that this game exists.
Yeah.
Because it is so good. So if they have to make like a more linear game for part 3, and they can't do all these really big open areas, that's fine. They tried that with this one. Like they basically, like, they heard what people said about the first game, and they were like, okay, let's try and expand all of these things that people wanted to see expanded. And I think that they did a great job. But now they can like streamline the experience and make it as efficient as possible, leading into the rest of the game and learning everything else about these characters as we get more into like direct story stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, before I don't know if we have more to say, but this isn't a spoiler, but I just want to say that if we don't get a Cloud boss fight in part 3, I will be upset.
Yeah.
I want a Cloud boss fight, and it's
fine that it costs Square Enix a bunch of money.
I want a Cloud boss fight, and I want to be able to cheese it by unequipping all of his stuff before the fight.
Yeah, it's fine that it costs them $1 Brazilian to make it. They're making money hand over fist by keeping Final Fantasy XIV a budget game.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Before we
Yeah.
But to be fair, I like budget games, so
At mobile game player alert right here. I'm like when I was playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, I was like, oh, this kind of feels like Genshin. It was like, which is like really reductive to say because obviously Genshin feels like Breath of the Wild, which is what every game wants to be nowadays because
Yeah.
of how fucking successful it was. So like, you know, every game feels like each other because exploration and objectives, but it feels similar in that there's a bunch of tiny things on the map for you to like go dig into and look at, which is how you have to do your open world, by the way, kids. All of you guys in game design, make sure that you have a ton of little treasure chests and shit to find across the world so that there's stuff to do.
or it's just empty.
Yeah.
So before we move off of Rebirth, because we have been talking about it for like 20 minutes, who else here would pay $25 or $30 for a Queen's Blood game?
Me.
Oh yeah.
Me. They made the Gwent game. Give it to me.
It's
Queen's
the best mini game in Final Fantasy history, in my opinion.
Like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't go that far, but like it is very, very fun, and I would love to see it expanded more and be able to have like verses and stuff. Like it's very, very fun.
And like or also just like doing an expanded universe thing, so you could have like, you know, cards from other FF games.
Yeah.
I just love it because of like seeing how the different character. Like I love seeing dynamics from from certain things, like pushed into a different medium, like seeing how all the different card renditions of the characters or whatever work, like seeing that fucking Roche does AoE damage to only your opponent, only your allies. Is so funny.
I just had a
So this is a
truly,
little bit of a spoiler, but
Well,
I have to
hang
say,
on.
I
Let's
think-
let Teddy speak. He keeps
I
getting.
had a truly bonkers brain moment. What if the next Dissidia game was just Queen's Blood?
I would be eating. I would fucking pay $1 million.
But yeah, I think the funniest thing about Queen's Blood is that if you just look at this game, and I'm sure this is bound to change in the next game because, you know, there's more story to happen. But if you just look at Rebirth, Vincent has a bigger role in the Queen's Blood storyline than he does in the actual main story.
And we love that for him.
Oh my
We
god,
love that
the
for him.
Queen's Blood plotline is just a Yu-Gi-Oh story that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
It's so good, and I just love Vincent because he plays by the rules. When like at the end, he brings out his gun, and I'm like, whoa, 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 and then he plays by the rules of Yu-Gi-Oh, and I'm like, okay, good job.
Oh, it's so good. Anyway, I think that wraps up that game. We have several others to talk about today.
Yeah.
God, now I'm remembering how good. Now I want to replay the game. God damn it.
Me
It's so
too.
good.
I did a 6-hour speedrun of New Game Plus Easy, and it was so much fun. Okay, so next game on the list, Thousand Year Door remake.
I still have
Yes.
not played that. I should use my brain.
Right, that came out this year. And it
It did
got,
come out this year, and it was amazing.
It
got
was
a
really
title
good.
work, too. It was great in both Japanese and English.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't contribute here, sadly.
I have heard so many things about this game. The only real Paper Mario games that I have played, I did get Origami King during the lead up to this because I wanted to like explore why people love Thousand Year Door more like so much, because from what I had seen, honestly, Thousand Year Door does not seem like that crazy or unique of a game. It's like, oh, this is a good turn-based RPG. Cool. Like, it seems very much like this exists and is fine, but because other games exist in its context that people don't like, people think treat it as like God's gift to video gaming. And it's very strange.
Well, the Paper Mario franchise is weird because they've never stuck to a consistent gameplay style beyond the first two. So there's Paper Mario for the N64, and there's Paper Mario 2 Thousand Year Door for the GameCube. And then after that, those two were both classic JRPGs in the same spirit as Super Mario RPG for the SNES, which was developed by Square Enix, which is why those early Paper Mario games have a very Square Enix JRPG feel to them. And then after that, they made Super Paper Mario, which Lore has also been playing this year, and so we'll get to talk about that in
One
a
of
minute.
my favorite game stories in any video game.
Oh, absolutely, fantastic game.
And like, I'm curious to hear his thoughts on that game later after we're done talking about Thousand Year Door. And then after that, every Paper Mario game has had like a unique gimmick that makes it completely unlike any other game in the series. So like, you have Super Paper Mario, which is all about like rotating the camera to do like a 2D, 3D thing. You have Sticker Star, which is about stickers, Paint Splash, which is about paint, Origami King, which is about staplers, and like,
I was so disappointed by Color Splash because it could have had you color the cards with specific colors of paint and have them have different effects depending on which color you chose. But no, it was just this card cost this mana. Boo! Boo!
I haven't played it, I can't comment. But Origami King is genuinely very, very good, and I highly recommend it. Its story is very solid.
But yeah, and so like that's why like the later games in the franchise are sort of maligned, is because they've never been given a chance to breathe. It's kind of like the Sonic franchise in that way.
And similarly, I don't think Sonic Adventure 2 is that crazy good of a game. It exists.
Oh, Sonic Adventure 2 is jank as hell, and it has some really bad parts, the Knuckles and Rouge levels especially, but there's just something so charming and fun about the whole package that it really rises above the sum of its parts.
Yeah.
How
But anyway,
dare you?
we were talking about Paper Mario, A Thousand Year Door.
Yeah, I liked it.
Thousand Year Door-
I liked it a lot. I liked it a lot more than Paper Mario 1. I liked it a lot more than I'm liking Super Paper Mario. The story's great. The characters are iconic and fun.
Yeah.
And the art style is fantastic. And it's just a really good experience. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, the original Thousand Year Door is one of my favorite games from my childhood. So getting to replay it again on the Switch was a very fun and very unexpected treat this year.
I also like how it looks more at 30 frames per second than I did how the GameCube looked at 60, and I'm apparently like an outlier in that. So
I'm weird about frames. Anyway,
hopefully the Switch 2 allows for 60 frames per second, but wish casting for the future.
As a JRPG fan who will go feral for any game with turn-based combat these days because nobody wants to do it anymore, I see Thousand Year Door as a perfectly functional JRPG, and so when people treat it like it's God's gift to the Mario universe, I'm like, I don't. Have you played Final Fantasy X?
Well, I think like the context there is like because it's a Mario game that like oddly adds to the charm, because like it is like it's not like Final Fantasy X levels of like craziness, but it is like very transgressive, especially for a Mario game in the context of it being a Mario game.
Did Mario and Luigi come out before or after this?
After.
Okay.
The Mario and Luigi games, like after Paper Mario stopped being an RPG series, they switched to the Mario and Luigi series.
Mm-hmm.
I will say it's very, very funny to me that that people are going, they put the transphobia back in, which is
good.
The
trans character back in is the thing.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Of this joke, and I'm going to like sandbag it this one time because it's like it's not so much that they put the transphobia back in the game; it's that they put the trans character back in the game.
Well, they originally censored the trans character out of being trans by removing the transphobia, and so it's a reductive but amusing statement to me that they put the transphobia back in rather than they put the trans character back in.
To a certain degree, yeah. It kind of depends on like how you read it. Like narratives and character building are complex, but it is good that Vivian gets to be herself. Good for her. I love it.
They also in both scripts they doubled down on it.
Mm-hmm.
They mention it more in the Japanese script now.
Yeah.
Nice.
I did see a video about this. It's very fun to see the different ways of doing it. Shout out to the Italians back in 2006 who were the most progressive about it.
Yeah. Yeah, that is an interesting point of comparison. It's just like how different societies talk about that subject and how Americans are lagging behind.
Yep. But let's not get too into politics on this feel good
Yeah.
stream.
Okay.
So yeah,
I don't know much about the rest of the games on this, so
So I
y'all-
think we're like, we were doing this in order of like actual releases, but I think now would be a good time to talk about Super Paper Mario because it's kind of on topic.
I'm
I'm
gonna.
also just curious about what Laura's thoughts on this game are, because like
Okay, so
yeah, go on.
I'm not done with it. I'm about
Yeah.
to enter the final chapter of the game, I think. I'm about to enter the final dungeon, I think. But I don't like it. First off, it's not a Paper Mario game, which frustrates the hell out of me.
Forward.
Yeah.
Yeah, at this point you want to seek out the Mario and Luigi games. Although I've heard the new Mario and Luigi game is kind of bad, which is unfortunate. But,
Really?
Oh,
I've been having
Brotherhood's
a good
bad?
time.
I mean,
Or
I've heard
Brothership?
it like had some launch issues, like bad performance, bad frame rate, that sort of thing. So like
Ah.
maybe it's fine now.
I'm enjoying it.
Maybe Love just got lucky and never ran into the issues that people were having. But like,
I'm having a good time with it. I think that it works very well as a Mario and Luigi game. I'm a Mario and Luigi fan. I've played all the games. I
Yeah.
haven't played Dream Team actually, but I've played all the other ones.
Dream Team's actually quite good.
Mario and Luigi struggles a little bit in various ways. They always start kind of slow and they have a lot of tutorials in them.
Oh, for sure.
But the gameplay's always fun. It's very charming animation all the time. And given that Alpha Dream is sadly no longer with us, I think that Brothership is, so far, from what I've played, a very excellent rendition of what what Mario and Luigi are as a series, what Mario and Luigi is as a series by whatever team is developing them now. I think whoever is in charge, they understood the assignment, and I think they did pretty well.
I've heard mumblings that like at least a portion of the Alpha Dream staff are on the new dev team.
Good for them.
So yeah,
so yeah,
it's not.
If you want more Paper Mario, you need to seek out Mario and Luigi.
Yeah.
So like,
Well, let
Bug
me
Fable.
finish my
Well,
thoughts on the
Fable.
game so far.
Yeah.
Because I kind of got trampled there.
my bad.
Yeah.
It's not a Paper Mario game, which frustrates me. I don't think the vector graphics have aged well, and I think worse, they clash with the Paper Mario graphics in a really ugly way. I think the story is too sparse to really say that I really like it, but again, I haven't done the final dungeon yet. There have been some highlights, but it really, there hasn't been a lot. It's just a Mario game, here's what should be telling. When I got to the first enemy and I jumped on it and it just killed it rather than entering an RPG battle, I exclaimed dumbfounded and dismayed, it's just a Mario game?
I mean, like, I feel like that's reductive. It's an action RPG but built on Mario ideas, and I like the plot a lot because it's just a Kingdom Hearts game, actually. But
Yeah.
I would actually like all the character, like I would die for Count Black actually. But that's not surprising.
That's
Anybody who
very
knows me,
lovecore, yeah.
He's my guy. He's my baby, and I want to hug him, and I want to pat his head. And anyway, I experienced Super Paper Mario originally through a Let's Play, actually, and so like the story got a lot of discussion and stuff based on that. But like actually playing it might feel different. We had it when I was younger, but I never made it that far because a lot of people get stuck in Chapter 2. For the reasons everybody gets stuck. We love enjoy labor.
I still think it's funny that it's kind of weird to me that it feels like Paper Mario or Super Paper Mario can't decide if it wants to be an action RPG, a platformer, or just a pastiche of like a snapshot of what gaming was at the time.
Yeah, it's messy. Like, looking back on it now, I can understand that it's messy. But also, I feel like it's funny almost the entire way through, which is a very important aspect of this series of games, and I feel like all of the characters are very interesting in it. Like I think that Peach and Bowser and Luigi are all very like interesting in it. I think that Luigi's plot in that game is fascinating and worth digging into.
You'd
I
love Dream
think
Team so much.
yeah, Dream Team I do need to play. I know that it's good. But I think that a lot of things about Super Paper Mario are very good, but if you're caught up on it's not a turn-based RPG, I feel like that's reductive and not helpful. it's like yeah, okay, sure, and play the video game. It's a video game. Like,
Well, all
like,
that's
Imagine if
all
it
that's
was a
Now-
turn-based
now-
RPG.
yeah. Now,
well, yeah,
I
I mean,
could-
I imagine that, like, I indulge in what if X was a turn-based RPG frequently, all the time. What if Super Smash Brothers was a turn-based RPG? Like, I want everything to be a turn-based RPG, and I still feel like getting on Super Paper Mario because it's not a turn-based RPG is kind of reductive and not helpful.
But here's the thing. My experience with Mario games is not an especially lustrous one. I grew up with Mario 1, 2, and 3 on the NES. I tried Super Mario 64, hated it. I thought it was not great, but that's because I went to it after years of gaming advancements. I tried Super Mario Sunshine, didn't enjoy it. I think I played a little bit of Super Mario Galaxy, but I hate motion controls. So my experience with Mario has been Mario 1 through 3, Super Mario RPG, Paper Mario 64, and Thousand Year Door.
No Odyssey?
Haven't played Super Mario World?
Oh, I did play
Yeah.
a little of Super Mario
Okay.
World, but that
Okay,
was...
okay.
Super Mario
And
World's
like,
kind
it's...
of a different.
I need
Sorry,
more...
The
I-
definitive Mario games for people are Mario 3 and Super Mario World.
I've played a truly ludicrous amount of Super Mario World in
So
my
here's
life.
the thing, Lore. Here's the very important thing. I also do not like Mario games. I don't play a lot of them. I don't have Super Mario Brothers Wonder, even though it looks very fun. I had Super Mario World on the GBA, and I got stuck in the second world every single time I played it, and I was like, I didn't really like it. I've never played Mario 1, 2, or 3. I had the remake of 2 on the GBA as well, and I didn't get very far in that either. I don't like 2D platforms. I don't like 2D Sonic either. I'm not good at them, and this is why I say I experienced Super Paper Mario mostly through a Let's Play, so like I don't have the same like frustration with the controls or whatever. I just know how the game looks and how the game like feels as a world and the story of it. So I have a different perspective to you. So like maybe if I played it, I would still hate it. I don't know.
So
but,
Super Paper
from-
Mario was
from-
presented to you as like a Homestuck-esque experience, it'd be even better because you like the story and the presentation.
Yes.
In terms of what Love has just said about not having played it, but from the seeing the world, I can only really say from what I've seen Law playing of it, and I cannot fathom liking the world of Super Paper Mario. It looks dead. It looks empty. It looks hollow. Like-
Really?
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
it's... like I said, it visually has not aged well, and everything except the main characters is like, it doesn't look good.
It's just a box. It's just in boxes.
I mean, I've seen so much weirder in terms of art styles. I just don't.
I'm not saying the art style's weird. I'm saying it's
Like,
empty and soulless.
I just don't agree. I find it very cute and entertaining. Like again, okay, so let me clarify. I have played it. We had it when I was younger on the Wii, and I got stuck at like the second world, and then I didn't get a whole lot of chances to play it because my dad didn't like us playing video games most of the time. So like we mostly played on our handhelds. So there's a lot of complicated stuff there. I haven't had the chance to play through all of it. But I think I would enjoy it because I think that it's fairly simple. But like I think that the world is interesting mostly because of the characters. Like, okay, are you trying to tell me that the underworld, the underwear, is not freaking hilarious? Like I enjoy, like that like the underwear and the over there are like I found that entire section so funny. Like
They're
the
just so
whole like
sparse. There's so little that's actually of any substance there. Visually, the underwear is cool, but the over there is just kind of boring looking.
And I've seen a lot of lore in like what appears to be the main town, and it's just like I said, it's just a box. It's just I don't see it as
There's not enough NPCs in the town to make it feel like
I can't see it. Like even like that.
Are you okay?
I have been. I'm having a hard time getting a word in edgewise, honestly.
I apologize. I do talk a lot.
Yeah, but like just even besides the amount of NPCs, the world doesn't feel connected at all. Like the only way you can travel between some sections is to turn the world sideways and walk along seams, and like it just not feel like this is a connected town, a connected world. It just everything feels like it's just like drawn on graph paper.
Synthetic Conjurer raises an interesting point that I would like to relate to you, Love. Synthetic Conjurer says the reason that people wanted Super Paper Mario to be a turn-based RPG is because it was a sequel to two parenthesis 3 question mark parenthesis really great turn-based RPGs, which I would like to point out to you, Miss Kingdom Hearts fan. What if Kingdom Hearts 3 had been a Civilization-esque turn-based strategy game?
Okay, so please remember that the second Kingdom Hearts game was card-based.
God.
Yeah.
Right.
It was still an action RPG though.
Yeah.
Kind of, but like you had
kind
to,
of,
like,
it was more of a card. It was more of a card.
differently.
I mean,
And-
it really still just had the same sort of gameplay. It's just the menu different. The menu was different.
This is fair, but like
It did on the PS2 remake. I played that game on the GBA.
Yeah, I beat that game without upgrading my HP.
I was including the Game Boy Advance version.
Please, let me finish, please. So the actual exploration of the world was also different. You had to like it was like a dungeon crawler. You had to use the cards and shit to like the room cards. Like Chain of Memories is fundamentally a very, very, very different game from Kingdom Hearts 1. Kingdom Hearts 2 is very similar to Kingdom Hearts 1, but it's also like got its own things. And then Kingdom Hearts has a selection of various different other games that function in various different other ways. So that is the wrong connection to make. What you should say is, what if Pokemon suddenly did something else? Except, oh wait, Pokemon already has a bajillion side modes and different spin-off games. So this is not like maybe it's because of those things. Like I played my Pokemon Mystery Dungeons and my Kingdom Hearts, but I am an office worker who kills people. Like I'm just used to this. Like this is normal to me.
The most recent Kingdom Hearts game is a rhythm music game.
Exactly.
Yeah. I think the most
it's plot relevant. The mobile game is plot relevant.
All right,
and it's
Teddy.
turn-based.
Teddy.
I think the most fascinating thing about Super Paper Mario and its reception to me is that most of the community of people who, when Super Paper Mario came out, said, "How could they do this to us?" all collectively said, "We take it back, never mind," when Sticker Star came back.
Oh yeah.
Sticker Star is a separate issue. Sticker Star,
Yeah,
I played Sticker Star.
It's a
I
turn-based
liked Sticker Star.
RPG, but it's not great about it.
Like, here's the thing. I liked Sticker Star, but the whole time I was playing it, I was like, oh, this is a very fun Zelda game. And like, I just thought that was fine. I didn't really care. I thought it was fun. I had a good time.
Yeah, I think Ott makes the better point here though. Like, this is the Paper Mario is a spin-off that you specifically go to because of its difference to the main line. When it's no longer got that difference from the main line, it's understandable having complaints about that.
That's fine. I'm like, when it came out, that's fine. But like now, it's been how many years since it came out, and how many years since Paper Mario has been whatever it is now. Like going to it now just because you didn't this is a thing where I'm like, you really should know what a game is about before you play it. The whole like spoiler policy situation. But like, Lore, if you had known that the game was like that at the start, you just wouldn't have played it, right?
Well, I mean, it was a patron pick, but I wouldn't have been excited for it.
Right. So like that's fine. Like people know about the game now, and so they can choose whether or not to play it, and if they play it or not. I feel like mainline Mario isn't going to have a tragic Greek romance about two lovers separated by fate. True.
Yeah.
I think the real
real
issue
with Super Paper Mario is when I was a child, I rented it, realized it wasn't a Paper Mario game, and never played it again.
Yeah.
Which is fair. Like, I'm not saying, like, again, when the game came out, people being upset about it not being a turn-based RPG and not being what the series was about up until that point makes sense. I'm not saying that it doesn't make sense, but continuing to play it and then just being upset the entire time that it's not what you expected and not what you wanted, now knowing that it's not, like that the Paper Mario series has been weird the whole time. I
think Lore has established that like what it is doing is just not something he's vibing with.
And that's fine. I get that, even though I disagree. Like, that's fine. I just feel like it's the same kind of thing where it's like, why are you continuing to play Kingdom Hearts games if you think that the main plot of them is silly and ridiculous? Like,
I mean, most people aren't, let's be real.
Because I think that the main plot of them is silly and ridiculous, and I like it.
Exactly. So it's like, but it's like a lot of people are like, oh, I just play Kingdom Hearts for the gameplay. I'm like, there are other video games that you could play. There are other video games that you could play. And people who play Pokemon games, and they use all of the tricks that are meant to make it like playable for 5-year-olds, and they complain that it's too easy. And I'm like, just play it a different way. Play it a different way. Like use the fact that you have infinite access to your PC box and raise more than 6 Pokemon, and play
you use a different Pokemon team every gym.
Yeah,
I don't think telling people how to play their games is a very productive
for sure
way to get this message across. Like, people play games the way they play games, and if they like it that way, they like it, and if they don't, they don't.
Yeah, I guess the point really is that they control the buttons they press.
Exactly. Like, if you aren't enjoying the way that you're playing a game, you can choose a different game to play, or you can try to play the game a different way. It's not like if you get hung up on something that the game is not, that you wish that it was, then you're not going to have a good time no matter what. You have to try and find something that you can enjoy in the game, or you have to stop playing the game because it's not making you happy and play a different video game. Like you have options. You are in control of what you are doing. It's nobody is forcing you to sit down and like watch these two.
Once again, this is a Patreon, so someone is
except for Lore. He's getting paid.
Yes,
to give how he genuinely
which is fair. So like I understand that.
Yeah.
I just so
yeah,
for
we get where you're going for, love.
I apologize. Okay.
But yeah, I think that's about it. Lore's not vibing with it. I don't know. But like the other thing too is that like I think I probably would, from what I've seen, I probably would enjoy it if I went back and played it. It's just that by the time I grew up and had that realization, the Wii era had ended. And so now, like, going back and playing the game is kind of a pain in the ass. Like, we've seen the streams, we've seen Lore struggle with the totally legit copy that he's been playing.
Okay, see, that's also possibly part of the issue.
You know, so, like that's the other thing, too, is that, like, just going back and playing it is kind of a pain in the ass these days.
Yeah, it's true. That's why I haven't gone back and played it. They should remake that game.
Yeah. So, back to games that actually came out this year. What's next on the agenda?
Crow Country. Have any of you played that?
No idea.
I've heard it's good, though.
It's very good. It's a nice little, relatively bite-sized Resident Evil classic Resident Evil / Silent Hill style of game about about someone going to an abandoned amusement park that's been getting up to some weird eldritch nonsense, and figuring out the mysteries that are going on there. And it's charming. It's got a charming art style. It's got great atmosphere. It's got fun characters. The gameplay, it learned every lesson that it could from classic Resident Evil and Silent Hill and applied the ways to improve it that people have thought of over the last 25 years. It's very fun. I like it. It's a good survival horror game. I really liked it, and I do recommend it. And it's only like $20.
Oh yeah, it's a nice little budget indie game.
Yeah.
All right, next.
To the Moon!
Also a game that Laura's been raving about all year.
Okay, so a patron picked To the Moon for me last year, and it made me sob, weep openly. The final hour of that game was incredible, and as was the rest of it. I have played the whole series up to this point. Every game has had me spend the final hour of it openly weeping. It's incredible. And the newest one came out late this year, To the Moon, just a To the Moon Beach episode. And it did the same thing. It was great. It was fantastic. The series collectively, because really it's all one experience that I think everyone who plays it should have, is play the whole series in a row. It's in my top, collectively, it's in my top 5 games of all time.
What is the gameplay of it?
It's kind of a narrative adventure game.
Okay.
It's top down.
Is it an RPG Maker game?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That explains
That
it for
checks
me.
out.
Yeah. Finest emotional storytelling I've ever experienced. Like, period. In any medium. Cad Gao is an incredible writer. So yeah, don't play To the Moon Beach episode before playing the rest of the series, but play the rest of the series and then play just a To the Moon Beach episode.
Mm-hmm.
So, speaking of, no, I'll wait. I'm just looking at a very specific entry on this list that one of my friends has been really into the past few weeks.
I do. Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah,
I do find it fascinating that like RPG Maker as a game engine has created a sort of independent game subgenre that I believe the devs could not have ever conceptualized would ever emerge out of their game making tool.
Mm-hmm.
Really? Because it seems like the obvious thing to do with the game making tool.
Oh, to make a RPG Maker walkie-talkie game?
Yeah.
No, like all of the advertisements and general like spirit of. Okay, so RPG Maker tools started on the PlayStation.
Yeah, I think I own that.
Yeah, and so all of the advertising for it is make a simple JRPG, and all of the most popular and beloved RPG Maker games are not JRPG.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's all. I just find it interesting that like people use it more as a storytelling engine than as a
Yeah. It is an
math
interesting
game
evolution. And don't worry, love, we will get to Instars in time before the stream's over.
All right, so what's next?
The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, which I apparently have a very different opinion of compared to a lot of people.
I'm back.
I really liked Echoes of Wisdom. I didn't think it was difficult, but here's the thing. I think Echoes of Wisdom watched what Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom did, and applied the lessons it learned from those games to the 2D top-down Zelda series genre.
Yeah.
It feels good to get around and explore. The game is built on making it so you can get to places it feels like you're cheating to get to, and builds the game around getting to those places. It's awesome.
Yeah, I generally agree. I do see where the detractors are coming from, because I think of it is a very good game with one very glaring issue, And depending on how patient you are with that issue, that will very much affect your opinion of the game. And that is, of course, navigating the goddamn Echo menu.
Yeah.
Because it is just one long menu, one single file line of...
Do they not let you make like
there
a
are-
tooling
there
of
are-
favorites or anything?
No, there's no sub menus. You
I thought that would be like a given in a game where you create echoes.
There are no sub-menus. There are different ways of organizing it.
No,
So like,
no
you can press a
favorites?
button that
What?
adjusts so that it changes from... Like, you can organize your Echo menu by cost, because different Echoes cost different amounts of points to summon. You can sort them by cost. You can sort them by order learned. You can sort them by... There is an arbitrary, like, new number. Like, every Echo has a number in, like,
Yeah,
an
an ID
Pokedex.
number.
So you
Yeah.
can organize them that way. And you just have to pick whichever organization method works to find the thing you want as quickly as possible. And
what the hell?
yeah.
yeah,
Oh,
there
think
should
that
have
would
been
be
sub
like-
menus.
You think that would be...
There's no way to create even just like a
You can't even
favorites
mark
menu.
favorites? What?
No. Like even just the ability to like make a list of favorites would have done wonders for that game. So
I
people
used
say-
synthetic
people
saying
say
there's a
dislike
last
the game. I
use.
understand where they're coming from because like the main mechanic of the game is navigating the pain in the ass menu. But once you've done that, once you've found the thing you're looking for, you summon your Echoes and you use them to solve puzzles, and it all feels very satisfying.
Yeah.
Problem is just navigating that goddamn menu.
The best way to do it is, as Synthetic Conjurer is saying, go use last used, because that'll get you the things you use the most, and you
Yes.
can, for the occasional puzzle that you don't need those, that you need something else for, you can
Yeah, last
go
used
through
is usually like the most common setting I have because it's the most useful.
Yeah.
But like when you're looking for like that one random one-off because like you need to light a torch and it's been 6 hours since you needed to use fire, well, you're gonna have to go digging through the menu for your fire bug to set a fire, and it's like, yeah,
That's
this was
wild.
this was something that needed to be workshopped a little bit more.
Yeah. I was surprised because like I played the game and I loved it, and I was really surprised to hear people being so down on it, including my boyfriend, who is the biggest Zelda fan in the world. That bewildered me because I loved it so much, and he was not vibing with the game at all.
Thought in chat. So overusing certain OP echoes and refusing to use anything else really is the best way to play it. Yeah, it really is, because it means less time spending, searching through the menu.
It is very funny to solve every problem with beds, though.
Oh yeah. Until you get the water cube, and then you solve every problem with water cubes.
I made a point of solving puzzles with beds for a while, just because I thought it was
is
so
funny.
funny.
Yeah, but yeah, water cubes are my favorites. You have to wait a long time before you can use the Lionel, but once you have those 6 pips and are able to throw the Lionel around, it's very fun.
I got tricked into meeting the Lionel and had a very panicked fight with that thing.
Yeah.
I'm glad I did, though.
I would love for them to revisit it and like make a slightly more cohesive menu there, because like the gameplay aside the menu navigation is a lot of fun, because like you can do a lot of interesting things with your Echoes, and just playing Zelda as a necromancer summoner is hilarious.
Yeah.
It's just that you gotta like figure this shit out a little bit better.
In my mind, I was thinking, oh, of course, that game would have like an Animal Crossing. You can make a tool ring and arrange things on that or whatever.
Nope.
They didn't even bother. What the hell? Yeah. There's like 12 buttons on the controller.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or like another suggestion I thought of is like in like the classic Zelda games, like pre Breath of the Wild games, you had like
The C button.
you usually had like 3 or 4 buttons that you could assign tools to, and which tools you would need would vary by dungeon, vary from dungeon to dungeon. And so something like that, so you could have multiple echoes on your hotbar at a time, that would also help. That's not there. There is one. You can only have one echo locked in and ready to summon at a time. So, yeah, that's a problem. That's irritating to use. I can see why people knocked it down a point or two in their review scores.
I think the simplest solution that would have worked for everybody would be to divide the echoes by type. It just like 3 rows that you can press up and down to swap between monsters, environment, objects, or whatever. Like that would have solved the problem for everybody. It would have made the menus much smaller. It would have been more dynamic. Even though technically it would have taken just as many button presses. In a lot of cases, it would feel different.
Just making it like or just making it like a 5x5 range, just anything. Yeah. Well, and the problem is even in Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, that menu was already approaching its limit of how much guff you could have in your inventory, because Tears of the Kingdom also has the single file inventory that you have to navigate through, and in Breath of the Wild, it was fine. Tears of the Kingdom, it starts to get a little annoying because there are way more monster parts that are actually relevant to moment-to-moment gameplay. And then in Echoes of Wisdom, it's just too much.
I think what they also should have done was that when you fight a higher tier, you fight a basic moblin, you kill it, you gain its echo. Fight a tougher moblin, gain its echo. It should have upgraded the previous moblin rather than being a separate type of moblin.
I hard disagree with that, because sometimes just spamming the weaker ones is a way better strategy than summoning one big one.
Oh, I think it should have stayed at the same pip cost. It just should have been an upgrade.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe it could work. Now, those might have gotten a little overpowered, but it is what it is. It's not the game's super easy anyway, so it's not like we're really worried about the power scaling.
Yeah.
But that was that game. I liked it. I see why people are down on it. It really could have just fixing that menu would do wonders. If that, it's once that game gets once that game reaches gets once someone is able to figure out how to put mods in that game, I'm sure somebody will fix the menu and make the game twice as good.
The speedrun is very funny, by the way, because it's only 20 minutes long, and what they do is they get 3 specific echoes, including one from the starting zone that deals 1 damage per hit. They get to a specific point, wrong warp to the forest in the northern end of the map, jump on the trees in ways they're not supposed to be able to yet, and then glitch a giant pile of beds until they hit a height that lets them wrong warp to the final dungeon. And amazing. then they kill the final boss with the spiny sea urchin thing that you get in the first zone.
I love video games.
Yeah.
I love gamers.
So if that's it for Echoes of Wisdom talk, a similar game was the Princess Peach game. We got 2 Nintendo Princess games this year.
Go figure we got both at once, right?
Yeah.
Was that game good? I heard things. I don't know much about it.
I heard it was charmingly mid.
It is. I would agree that it is charmingly mid. It kind of plays like a collection of mini games more than anything, because the basic premise of the game is that you are in a magical theater where you get magical costumes that give you new abilities, and you use those abilities to solve puzzles and shit, or traverse levels and shit. So there are 10 different costumes in the game, and each of them has a couple levels. So,
speaking of costumes, I'm going to interrupt you real quick. Yeah. Putting Zelda in the Gerudo outfit was adorable, and I loved it, and I kept her in it for the entire game. Okay, that's my last Echoes of Wisdom thought. Continue.
Yeah. 1 second, my cat's misbehaving. I'm going to grab him and then continue with Princess Peach.
the classic cat scenario.
Oh, I'm so excited to live with a cat again. My boyfriend has a cat named Shinji, and I'm so excited to live with a cat again when I move out there in June.
I used to
So-
live with a cat named Gingy, like Ginger.
Huh,
That's cute.
cute.
We have
So-
4 cats in my house.
So anyway, you get magical costumes that allow you to do different things, and like a couple of them are kind of combat focused, like the ninja and the swordsman or swordswoman. And so like those levels kind of play like a typical action RPG level where you're just running left to right and killing bad guys and whatever. But then the rest of them are just like, you know, the chef outfit where you do a baking mini game to make cookies, or the mermaid outfit where you do a rhythm game to play a musical song that is legally distinctive from Under the Sea.
Love that. Love that.
And yeah, it's all very charmingly, and yeah, it is all very charming. Do you know what the mini game is to play the Little Mermaid song is, though?
What?
The mini game, it's Undyne's boss fight from Undertale.
Really?
Yeah. It is things flying at you from the cardinal directions, and you have to point your joystick at them.
I love
I'm
that.
like, this mechanic feels familiar.
Huh.
Love that.
There was
It would have
also
been
a boss
funnier if it
fight.
was the Kingdom Hearts 2 rhythm game. That would have been
Yeah.
like a peak. I hope that would have been a peak, like legally
Right.
distinctive.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, that one was just like the mother of all QuickTime events.
Yep.
Another boss, one of the boss fights is literally just the Scarecrow segments from Arkham Asylum.
Really?
Love
Yes,
that.
really. Like it is literally like there's a big thing with a spotlight in the background, and Princess Peach is in the foreground and has to like dash from cover to cover when the spotlight isn't directed at her, and it's just like, and like it even has like the whole arena is covered in Gothic architecture too, so it's just like
Like a
this
phantom
looks
thief,
very,
right?
very familiar.
That's
that-
genre.
That's like the
Genre, whatever the
phantom
fuck Balan
burglar.
Wonderworld was doing.
It's like the phantom thief outfit or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, there's also the Phantom Thief outfit where you are actually that that is probably the worst outfit in the game, but for a very contextual reason. The entire game, you know, if the Phantom Thief outfit is in fact, you know, you playing a gentleman thief or gentlewoman thief, I suppose, and you're trying to just like sneak through the level to get to the end to complete the heist. Here's the problem. There are no actual enemies in those levels. Instead, there are spotlights which you have to avoid. Here's the problem with that. As I said at the beginning of this little spiel, the whole game is set in a theater, which means you are already under a spotlight all the time. The game teaches you that Princess Peach is just sort of in the spotlight at all times because she's the star of the show. And so all of a sudden you get to this one level where you have to avoid the spotlight, and it's like, what? Since when? Why? It gets to a point where like you don't even see the spotlight anymore because it is so ubiquitous. And then like you get to the Phantom Thief level and you start taking damage. It's like, wait, what? What even hit me? Did the spotlight hit me? Oh, the spotlight is bad because this is the thief level. And then it takes like another minute to just rewire your brain to avoid the spotlight because that's not something you've had to do the entire rest of the game.
And then once you're done with that, I bet you have to go back.
Yeah, and then once you're done with that, that's it. That's the end of the level, and you go back to the main game where just the spotlights are just all over the place again, and it's ridiculous. But yeah, charming little game. It's not like it's certainly not the best game of the year, but like it's cute, it's fun, and it's less sexist than the last Princess Peach game, so that's an improvement.
Oh boy. What was that, a baking game or something?
No, it was the one where Princess Peach's power-ups were her emotions, so she got really emotional at enemies to defeat them and solve puzzles.
Huh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Touch controls were not good.
mind, like as not a woman, but like as a woman, as a signed woman at birth, I
Yeah.
thought it was funny and cute from what I've seen of it, but I haven't actually played the game. I've just seen clips of it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where, like, you kind of have to choose to be offended at it, but, like, you look at it, you can still, it's like,
I just think the touch controls were unwieldy and weird.
That too,
This is fair.
because this was a
You had to
DS
touch
game,
the
so it
emotions
had
to
like
change them.
yeah, it was a DS game, so of course it had the unwieldy touchscreen controllers that were very unnecessary. But it was the DS; you need to use the touchscreen. God damn it!
Yeah, I've never seen anyone like genuinely angry that it's about the emotions, but I have seen people be like, jokingly be like, "Oh, of course, the
Yeah.
woman platformer game is about her emotions, huh?"
Yeah, that's the thing. Is that like
I've
it's
seen
not?
jokes about it being called the Vibe Scepter.
Yeah,
That is
well,
true. It is
it's
called the
literally
Vibe
called
Scepter.
Center. Like, that's not a joke. That's just actually what it's called, and it's like, this could get very NSFW very quickly.
Is this the same thing? Is this the same thing you can find in Peach's ruined Super Mario RPG?
Yeah, I guess. I guess now we know what that was. It was the Vibe Sector all along. Anyway, enough about that.
Next on the list, we have 1,000 Times Resist. Have any of you played that?
I have
No,
not.
but I've
I'm
heard
going
it's
to be
baller as
after,
fuck.
actually.
It was pretty cool. The game, it's a narrative adventure game that doesn't have combat. It just has wandering around, talking to people, and occasional segments where you zip through the air, targeting specific nodes that bring you from point to point in a big room where you have to figure out where to go. But the story's pretty great. I don't want to spoil too much of it. I do recommend it. But it's made by people who either were part of the 2018 Hong Kong independence movement, or are related to people there, or are just Korean Canadian people.
Yeah.
And they have a lot to say about Hong Kong.
Interesting.
Um,
Hey, I haven't played the next couple of games in the list, so I'm just gonna hit the bathroom really fast. I will be as fast as I can.
Cool.
Alrighty.
And like, it's the basic premise is that there's a bunch of clones of this one woman living in a secluded facility because the world ended and they're all that's left. And they each have roles instead of names. And the story is told from the perspective of a couple of them. And it has an interesting shift in the middle that I won't spoil the details of, but it required me to recontextualize the entire first, half of the game. It's pretty good. I do recommend it.
Yeah.
After that, who has played TCG Card Shop Simulator?
I played a little bit of the demo.
This is an odd one out on the list, I know, but I'd never played... Oh, go on.
My immediate thought about the game is that I would just like it better if it wasn't a first-person game. That's all.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Its interface feels weird as a first-person game.
Yeah, understandable. I hadn't played any of the simulator games from this company before, Supermarket Sim or any of the others. Gas Station Simulator, I think, is by them. But this
sounds on brand.
Yeah, but this one, the idea hooked me because it's a geeky thing, and I watched a little bit of my favorite streamer play it, and it was pretty interesting. So I fired it up, and then a couple days later, I had 20 hours in it. My personal file is on day 71. And it's just fun to zen out, and I haven't hired anybody because I like the frantic gameplay of checking out rapid streams of customers and managing inventory at the same time. And it's pretty cool. I like it. I like it a lot. I do recommend it. It's only what? Hang on. How much is it on Steam? TCG Card Shop Simulator is $10 on sale. It's normally $13. That's a good ass $10. I do recommend it.
Mm-hmm.
But if nobody else has anything to say about it, let's talk about tactical.
I mean, I have a few more things I can say about it.
Go for it.
Yeah, I feel like, as I said, if it wasn't a first-person game, I feel like it would feel more natural to play.
Would you prefer like an overhead Eye of God type game?
Overhead Eye of God, or like, 3/4 perspective would be great. I felt like I didn't really have a lot of good ways to orient and decorate the shop in the way that I would have found satisfying.
Mm-hmm.
And just shuffling around with all the boxes awkwardly and refilling shelves all awkwardly. It just... Sorry, that's all. Sorry to be negative.
Being able to walk into the boxes and knock them around is a big flaw of it. It shouldn't be a physics object, I don't think. And I agree with you there. They could all... I think the next update is adding a bunch of decoration options, but that's not going to happen till late January because he's taking... The lead dev's taking the Christmas and holiday season off.
Well, it's good that he's taking care of himself.
Yeah. And he plans to make the card game playable, which should be interesting.
Huh.
I've been having fun collecting the cards. I open packs every in-game day before I open the shop. Yeah. But yeah, TCG Card Shop Simulator, I do recommend it. Tactical Breach Wizards, which I am only partway through, but I am loving to pieces. This game is about... It's about
Tactical Breach Wizards.
Tactical Breach Wizards. It follows a party of mages on a mission to save the world from World War V. In an original world with interesting world building. I've unlocked all 5 party members, but you start with a wizard sniper who can see 1 second into the future, and a private eye witch who can fly around on a broom and has like a zappy shotgun that knocks people back, and can chain lightning people. And there are and the third character is a necromancer healer who heals people by shooting them in the head and then reviving them at full health.
That's fun.
It's kind of like XCOM in a very good way, and I like it a lot, and I do recommend it.
Nice.
Oh yeah.
I have a game that I realized I forgot to put on the list, but I want to ask if Love has played it. So,
all right,
someone else might be able to talk about. So I'm going to wait for them to get back.
Well, the next thing, Teddy will have a lot of stuff to talk about with UFO 50.
50 games all at once. Man, I can't even talk about some of it because it would be spoilers for lore. Okay.
So, of the 50 games, how many of you each played? Let's just start. Let's just ask that.
I've played all 50.
I've played 31 of them.
Yeah.
Most of them very briefly, just to get a sense of what the game was like. But I played like 22 hours of Grimstone to get through that whole story. And let me tell you, if you like Final Fantasy 1, Grimstone is worth the $25 entry price all by itself.
Oh yeah, that is what everyone has said.
Yeah. Oh, it's not just me saying that?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Other people like Grimstone.
Well, like the other thing too is that like Grimstone is not the only game like that. Like there are like a lot of the 50 games are very short, and like honestly that's just kind of like true for the times. But like it is like a fairly accurate representation of like that era of gaming. And so like there are a good few games in there that are just worth the admission price alone.
Oh yeah, let's back up a second. The premise of UFO 50 is that it's a collection of 50 games from a fictional, like an in-universe 1980s game console that somebody found in a storage site, dusted off, and uploaded to the internet.
Yeah.
It's 50 games emulating what games in the 80s were like on like the original Nintendo and such. And there's a wide variety of stuff there, from platformers to sports games to fighting games to RPGs, which Grimstone is. It's pretty cool. The Grimstone in particular is an homage to Final Fantasy 1, set it's the Wild West in Hell. And you play, there are 8 characters you choose 4 of at the start of the game. Each is basically a different class. There's a dog that's a berserker that you can't control. There's a healer who makes healing items last longer. There's basically a blue mage apparently, but that's in one of the 4 characters that I didn't use. And it's Final Fantasy 1. You travel from town to town. You've got inventory restrictions. You've got skills that you learn.
Spell slots or mana points?
Skill points.
Okay.
You.
Just curious about which version of Final Fantasy 1 we're talking about here.
Oh no, they don't have like spell slots. They have basically MP.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's a fun trip through a Final Fantasy 1 homage, and I love Final Fantasy 1. I love Final Fantasy 1. It's charming, it's cozy, it's one of my favorite games I've ever played, and it should probably be in my top 50 list now that I think about it. And this, I don't see modern.
50 has all 50 top games on your list.
I don't know. There's at least one stinker in UFO 50 where I'm just like, oh, this one's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
What was I about to say about Final Fantasy 1? Oh, I don't see people try to do a Final Fantasy 1, and Grimstone makes me want it more.
I return.
Welcome back. Have you played UFO 50?
I should. How much does it cost again?
$25.
It's like $23 right now because it's on sale. Let me double check the store.
Is it on Switch?
Not yet.
Okay, well I can't really. I got a eShop gift card for Christmas. I've bought 3 different video games now. I have about 20 left, so I was thinking about it, but.
But no, right now it's $21.40 on sale on Steam.
So besides Brimstone, what other UFO 50 games do we want to highlight real quick?
That Lore has played. Let me think for a second. Barbuda is great, even if it's completely fucking inscrutable, and it is a 1982 adventure game.
Okay, that's fun.
It's glacial, it's inscrutable. You open the game, there's no real title screen, it just puts you right in it. Starting area with Barbuda up top.
Sounds more accurate.
You walk forward, and you step on a switch, and the ceiling falls on you, and you die. That's Barbuda.
There's a switch there that kills you.
Exactly.
You do that next.
That seems familiar.
Yeah,
Anyway.
we'll get to your game in a minute, love. But the one that really jumps out at me is House Party, which is a roguelike deck builder in NES style.
Yes.
Which
Party
is
House is great.
surprisingly fun.
Absolutely.
And what else? Apparently I was very quick to pick up how Mooncat worked.
Oh yeah, I fucking love Mooncat.
That is a weird one where the D-pad moves you in one direction and the face buttons move you in the other direction.
Ooh.
And if you're holding the face button to move right, then you press the D-pad to jump. And you can press it again in midair to rocket down. It controls very weirdly.
Yeah, if you press right on the D-pad, you move left. It's great.
I love that UFO 50 just exists for a bunch of people to be like, okay, so we're pretending that we're making games from the 80s or 90s. Let's go fucking insane. Let's just do whatever the fuck. Let's just do something absolutely ridiculous.
There's a Civ-style game in it where you make like squadrons of birds that worship dinosaurs, and you try to like overtake like castles on a map, and I really like that one.
That sounds so fucking fun. What the fuck?
There's a turn-based strategy game that is air hockey with like medieval units.
Ah, yes, I remember seeing that one. That one looked funny as hell.
Lords of Disconia is great. There's a horror game in there. Shout out to Night Manor.
Oh yeah.
Shout out
You
to its
need a horror
developer,
game.
Greg Milk.
Oh, yeah.
And there's
On the back, yeah, that's a good question. That made me think of something like, how was this game developed? Was there just like 50? Did they just like put out an open call? It's like, hey, if you have an idea for a game, we'll put it in our game. Are there like just 50 different teams of credits, or is it like
so
one person who developed like 5 of the games, or what? Like, how?
So you know the guy that made Spelunky?
Yes.
Yeah, he and a bunch of other indie game darlings got together and decided to make a game collection.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure the base idea came from what if Action 52 wasn't bad? And at first, when they started making it, and I think they started around 2015 or 16, they said, "Yeah, we'll have this game out by like 2018 or 19." Anyways, it's 2024, and now there are 50 games.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just different. Like from what they've said, most of the team worked on all the games at some point or another,
Mhm.
but there are very much certain games that are certain developers' projects.
Right. Okay. That's
Like
neat.
Seaside Drive, which is a shmup where the entire time you're a car that's on a road that like has to drift backward to recharge your gun.
That's very fun.
That one was pretty much entirely headed and produced by Ojiro Fumoto, the guy that made Downwell.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fun.
But all of the games in game have credits, but all of the credits are
Like fictional people.
they're all fictional people, and there are recurring people in the various credits.
Oh, so there's like kind of a meta fictional universe. that
Yeah,
they
there
put
is-
in there in the credits. I kind of like
There
it.
is there is very much a metafictional universe in the game.
That's fun.
Like it's not just 50 games. There are a bunch of them that are sequels to each other, or made by the same devs to be set in the same universe. Like there's like 8 Campanella games in that. I think.
There are 4 total. There's Campanella, there's the Big Bell Race, which is marked in its text as being a multiplayer game rushed out for the holiday season. Very charming.
Yeah.
And then there's Campanella 2, which is basically what if Spelunky and Blaster Master had a baby. And then there's Campanella 3, which is like a late NES pseudo 3D game via, sprites of various sizes coming toward the camera.
Well, I thought like Zoldrath and that Idle game were
Oh
also...
right, Planet Zoldath and Pilot Quest, they also count, I suppose, yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess there's 6 Campanella games. I mean, Pilot also shows up in a couple other games as cameos, so who knows?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, Pilot's in Spelunky too, so that's fun.
Oh, nice. But yeah, UFO 50, even if you just want to play Grimstone, it's worth the entry fee, and then there's 49 other games that are worth trying.
Sounds fun. So
Very quickly, I'm trying to think if I can list some favorites. Grimstone, Rock on Island, a tower defense game. Warp Tank is pretty great. It's a puzzle platformer, ?
Oh yeah, Warp Tank is really cool. You don't jump, you press a button and it zips you to the opposite surface you're facing.
Oh yeah. V is a game with that same mechanic. Or VVV.
Ah.
Yeah, where you reverse gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah, V.
Minion Max is pretty great. It's what if Mario 3 was Breath of the Wild. Sorry that I'm talking briefly about games you haven't touched yet. Alphazar's Hat is great. It's what if Pocky and Rocky was on the NES. Love that. And just a lot of other just various fun bits and pieces here and there of games.
Yeah.
And then there's other stuff that's in the game that I'm going to have to nudge Lore towards later once he's poked at all 50 of the games.
Yeah.
Smiley face.
Yeah, that's fun. So, the game that I only just now realized I forgot to put on the list of games to talk about, it's a little horror game that made the rounds of the streaming circuit a couple months ago called Mouthwashing.
I was about to
Anybody else
say,
play Mouthwashing?
I'm actually about to play Mouthwashing. It's the next game
Okay.
that IGU wants me to play, I think.
Excellent. Okay.
And what I've seen of it, like I've seen like 2 little snippets of it, and they're both very funny, and I'm excited to play it.
Yeah. So, I won't say too much about that then because you're going to play it immediately. But it's that's a game. That's a game.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to play that. I hear it's very good and very fun.
Toss it between Sticker Star and Mouthwashing. Well, that's okay. Are you sure you're Laura's friend? Oh, boy.
I said that I didn't want to play all of Sticker Star, but IGU said that he really just wanted me to try it just for comparison's sake, which I think is perfectly fine.
Resident Sticker Star Defender here to say it's really not that bad. It's not like a stellar amazing game, but it's not like the world's most awful experience. It's
Sticker
just
Star
like-
is an acceptable game. It's just not an acceptable Paper Mario game.
Yeah, it's fine. Like I understand why people dislike it, but like for what it is, it's perfectly fine.
But yeah, Mouthwashing is quite the game. It is quite the well done game, and oh boy. So I'll be looking forward to seeing that later.
When I first started seeing like mouth-washing discussion and fan art on my like Tumblr feed, I was like, "Is there some new indie YouTube horror game out?"
Yeah.
Or not game, but new video series, and it's a game. I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Yeah.
So what else have we got to talk?
Here's a game. Well, actually, hang on. I'm going to edit this into the list.
Yeah, because like I put the Louter on the list, but I did not see it on the list.
It is on the list.
Oh, they did on the list there.
I'm putting Silent Hill 2 on the list so we can get to that in a bit. But there are 2 games left on the list that came out in 2024 that I have played some of. We'll talk about Hades 2 first, which
Okay.
I started. I played enough of it to know that this is going to be as good as Hades 1, and then I stopped playing it and engaged in spoiler blackout.
Oh yeah, I had less of a spoiler blackout. Like I have seen some of the stuff from some of the updates, but I also played enough to say it's like enough to say that this is going to be great, and also enough to say that I'm going to be glad that I did that.
Yeah, I'm going to play the whole game on release. Like, that'll be one of my on-release games when it comes out.
Absolutely. Like one of the already like a week after I stopped playing, I immediately heard of a minor update that justified my decision to stop playing the game. Because there was like one thing about the game that I found kind of annoying, which was the way collecting resources worked. And I think Laura played at the same time, so I think this worked the same way for you as it did for me when you briefly played through the game.
Mm-hmm.
But, originally, whenever you go on a run in Hades 2, you had to pick up a gathering tool to decide what kind of resources you're going to gather. So, like, you could pick up a shovel to collect seed, to dig up seeds, or a pickaxe to mine ores, or a fishing rod to collect fish, etc. And there are a couple more tools besides those, I think.
Yeah, that's how it worked for me.
Yeah. The annoying thing was that all of the other nodes continue to spawn even if you aren't carrying the tools for them. So
which feels super bad.
Yeah, which feels super bad. Like you pick up the pickaxe and you walk out the door, and immediately in the first room there's some open dirt with seeds in it, and it's like, well, fuck me, I guess.
Yeah.
They've changed it so it no longer does that. they changed that within like 2 weeks of the game's initial release. So I'm like, okay, yeah, I am glad I am playing the lesser version now and just putting it away until they actually finish this game. Because as good as the game is now, it's going to be so much better when I actually pick it up again.
Yeah.
Yeah, they made it so that if the node spawns, you can get resource from it. You just get the one that you picked more often.
Yeah. Yeah, now you can pick up any node that you see, but the nodes for the tool that you choose spawn more often. So there is still a reason to pick up specific tools. You know, if you need more seeds right at the moment, you want the shovel and so forth. But it no longer feels bad when you're forced to skip over resources. So it's like good change.
Good. But yeah, I'm excited for that. Do we know a release date yet?
No, I mean we don't even really know like how many more major updates to expect. Like there's been one major update where they added like a whole new zone and a new boss. But like we don't know how many more of those we're gonna have to wait for before 1.0 is released.
Oh, I got to the Sirens boss, by the way, which I loved, and I loved the way they handled the music in that.
Yeah, it's like I don't remember if you. Oh, it's the music. The music is great. Also, there are 2 different boss themes for that fight. One, you know, there's the initial boss theme that you get, which is called Coral Crown, and it's a bop, and I listen to it a lot. And then there's a second boss theme that she sings whenever you kill her, and then come back the second time, where she's just like ragging on you, where she is just like dissing you the entire time.
Nice.
Yeah. Also,
the second boss theme for the Sirens is just a diss track where she's like, "Oh, you killed me last time, but it's going to be different this time, so fuck you." Fuck you.
Just basically saying, you know, you keep coming back here. You're so obsessed with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's something you'll never run into, Lore, so I can tell you about it. If you have, like, the music muted on the game and you start that boss fight, the pre-boss dialogue is replaced by Scylla complaining that she can't even hear herself.
Okay, I love that. That's great.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
There are some other meta jokes in there, but I can't spoil
Those ones are more spoilery, yeah.
Those ones are more spoilery.
That's great. I love that.
Yeah. I'll type it in spoiler chat for people, but that game is going to be amazing when it comes out. Probably late next year would be my guess, or either late next year or early 2026. That's just my guess. I'm not expecting it anytime soon.
Yeah. Anyone else have anything to say about Hades 2?
Nope.
It's good.
I would like to be able to play the first Hades game at some point.
Oh, you haven't played it?
Nope.
What platform would you prefer?
Probably Steam. It's easiest to work on. Why?
Merry Christmas. I'll get that for you after the stream.
Wait, seriously?
Yeah. I mean, I have like $20 to spare. Hang on.
Which game? I was typing loudly. What did I say?
He wants Hades. Oh, yeah, dude. It's $10 on sale on Steam right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get that for you as soon as the stream is over.
Well, thank you then. Thank you very much.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Starlight.
Right.
Okay, so let's move on to Path of Exile 2, which has been 5 years in the making. They announced it in 2019 at the first ExileCon. And we've been... Originally, it was just supposed to be a second campaign in the Path of Exile 1 engine that had a shared endgame with Path of Exile 1. And they would be adding 6 more classes and different ascendancy classes for them, and a lot of new content that was going to be Path of Exile 4.0. Over the last 5 years, it has developed into its own game with its own pacing, its own mechanics, and it's become detached from Path of Exile 1, and I love it. Path of Exile 1 is one of my favorite games of all time. I love it to pieces. I love almost everything about it. And but it has gotten a little stale because I've been playing it for 10 years, almost every league. Path of Exile 2 is a breath of fresh air when it comes to that. The campaign is great. The boss fights are engaging and fun and difficult, and they're satisfying to finally beat. The loot is... There's a lot less of it than in Path of Exile 1 in a good way. The crafting currency has never felt more useful and valuable because you're encouraged to use it while you're throughout playing to actually try to get good gear. The end game could use more content, but they basically just put that together to have an end game instead of Acts 4 through 6 for people who wanted to play the early access. It's so good, and people agree with me. Like, Path of Exile 2, 3 weeks on from the early access launch, has an average concurrent player base that's like 100k higher than Path of Exile 1's peak on Steam. It's such a huge success, and I am so happy. It's got some problems. I think some parts of the game are too punishing. I think melee needs more advantages and a buff. I think that some of the bosses need rebalancing, especially ones in the Ascendancy trials. And I think there needs to be more content in the end game. But I think it's already on par with Path of Exile 1, and I cannot wait to see where the game goes. I am nothing but pleased with that.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. And I realize saying this that none of you have played Path of Exile 2 and
Nope.
probably none of Path of Exile 1.
Okay. You
No,
can forget
for
about me, that's fine.
Path of Exile 1 when I realized that I didn't understand the tree well enough.
I didn't
Because
really...
it's here's my Path of Exile experience. I played Path of Exile 1 far enough into the game, and I got far enough in. I got like 6 to 8 hours ish into the game, and at that point, the build I had was just failing me, and I was like, oh, I should have researched the build ahead of time because the skill tree is a goddamn nightmare.
It's just a sphere grid. Calm down.
Well, but also, you have to know where you're going ahead of time, or else you're going to do what I did and build a useless-ass fucking build that can't kill bosses, and then you die again and again and again. And, sure, the game gives you, free resets routinely, but, by the time one of those rolled my way, I bounced off the game already, so that was that.
I suppose.
I enjoyed Path of Exile well enough, but I had I think my computer at the time that I was playing it on, I think I was playing on a laptop. It could not handle the graphics of that game.
Ah, fair enough.
You remember me sending you screenshots of what I had to do to the graphics of Path of Exile to be able to play it.
I am remembering that now, actually. Yeah. Well, you should try too. It's very good.
I don't know if I've got the time really.
Fair enough. I've done nothing but play Path of Exile 2 when I'm off stream over the last 3 weeks.
And that's why you still haven't defeated the Violent Cube.
Oh my god, I still gotta level up for a violent... thank you for reminding me.
Violent Cube.
No, I do because I want to. I'm going to level up my party to at least level 50, so that I can hunt down the Violent Cube and beat my head against it for a little bit on stream. During the next UFO 50 stream.
There are actually things I might prefer you to do.
Well, I want to try it at least once. Give me that much. Yeah.
I get that.
I will level up my characters. I will, at the start of the stream, I will go hunt down Violent Cube, try it once, and then I'll continue playing the rest of the game.
I get you.
Bonus boss in Grimstone, by the way.
It's kind of a similar thought to Warmech.
Yeah. But yeah. Path of Exile 2, play it. The early access is $30 for a key. The $30 also gets the $30 also gets you $30 worth of points for the cosmetic and microtransaction store, so you can buy storage space for your in-town stash or cosmetics. There is, just like Path of Exile 1, there's no pay to win. That you don't pay for gameplay mechanics beyond storage space in your town stash. It's so good. Not every cosmetic is in Path of Exile 2 yet. I was a little surprised by how few are in there, but they have committed to every cosmetic from Path of Exile 1 will work in 2 if the relevant thing is there, and vice versa. So for example, if you have a fireball cosmetic in Path of Exile 1, that will work on fireball in Path of Exile 2 once it gets added in during the early access. However, if you have a cosmetic for the werewolf form in Path of Exile 2, werewolf form isn't in Path of Exile 1, so it won't work. But everything, by the end of early access, everything's going to carry over. Your portals, your hideouts, your stash tabs, all your skill and armor cosmetics. It's the second most player-friendly thing I've ever seen a gaming company do. Sorry, I just gushed about monetization for like 2 minutes. My bad.
Yeah.
The spirit possesses us all from time to time.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's some games that came out this year to talk about. Let's talk about Concord, the shortest-lived AAA game of all time.
All right, that one. Didn't it have an episode of the video game TV series about it?
Come out by now, but I haven't had a chance to see yet. What's the funniest thing about the Concord episode of Secret Levels is that it's not about any of the characters who are actually in the game. It seems like it was an advertisement for like the season 2 characters, like the DLC characters that would have come out sometime next year had the game not died instantly.
That is incredible.
Yeah, I am. On Sundays I do multiplayer games with another group, and one of the games we play is like a word association one called Crash Word, and where you give one word hints for things, and the word was failure, so I typed Concord.
Nice.
Might be a little mean, but
oh no,
Yeah.
Like they were super arrogant, so I'd say it's deserved. Like, did you see any advertisements for Concord before it released?
No.
Yes.
No.
I saw a lot of them on your stream, funny enough, sometimes.
Really?
I have no idea what this is. If that means so.
It was a live.
Overwatch.
Sorry, go on, Teddy.
Overwatch. It was Overwatch.
It was an Overwatch live service, games as a service, hero shooter. That it with uninspired, uninteresting character designs and no advertisement.
I just typed in to see how to say that yes, it clearly did not do well because I have no idea what it is.
Yeah,
I did see like an announcement thing where they had like an interview with the devs, and they were so self-congratulatory and were basically saying, "Oh yeah, I mean we've already won Game of the Year."
Didn't it take them a truly ludicrous amount of time to make the game for what it is?
yeah, like
You know,
5
this is
years
the
or
funny
something.
thing. Yeah, it's been in development for 8 years.
8.
Which,
So
yes.
since
Wow.
Overwatch 1.
Yeah, well, like, and that's the very funny thing is that, like, it's been in development for 8 years, and it was a hero shooter that was priced at $40, which
And it
means this was a game that was made to compete with Overwatch 1 in 2016.
Okay.
Like-
Didn't it only last for like 2 weeks?
3 days.
Okay,
Yeah.
Somebody needs to calculate the time it was live compared to the time in development. What is
Yeah,
the
well, I mean,
what is the
there's all
difference?
kinds of fun math you can do. It's like people have like like people have like done the math to figure out like to extrapolate how many copies were sold, and it
How much
probably
it would have
sold.
had to make to break even on each copy.
Yeah, well, the game sold about 25,000 copies, which means it made about $1 million almost exactly.
Wow.
And that's like just like the gross profit. That's not like how much money went to Sony, right? Like that's that's $40. That's just the sticker price. Some of that went to vendors and distributors and all that, blah blah blah. We know how capitalism works. So like it made about $1 million, and depending on who you ask on what you're counting, it costs somewhere between $200 and $400 billion to make.
Jesus Christ.
The 400 million figure comes from adding in like the fact that they made a deal with Amazon and the fact that they bought the studio to get the rights to this game, and the fact that they had to spend a bunch of extra money to complete the game because it was getting delayed over and over again. And yeah, it's a mess. It's also really funny contrasting Concord with the other big failure of the year, which was the Suicide Squad game.
I'll be right back.
Because-
I just need a bathroom break.
Okay, because like the Suicide Squad game was also a massive failure on almost the same scale as Concord, but like they finished out the season and like the last piece of Suicide Squad DLC came out a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Even though the game came out in February and it managed to survive, sort of, limp along to still get content to this day.
Yeah,
It's
like
not getting any more content after this, though. Let me tell you. But like
Suicide Squad, people played Suicide Squad. Not many, but
not many.
a dedicated group of people have been playing Suicide Squad up till the current day. Like it has a customer base, not enough to make its money back, but
Yeah.
some people liked Suicide Squad. Nobody liked Concord.
Nobody liked Concord.
They didn't create an environment in which anyone could like Concord.
Yeah,
You know?
it was crazy. So like that's the other thing too, is that like part of the reason why the big reason why Suicide Squad continued to get development was because so much of that development would have already been done prior to the game's release. So like it was a relatively low amount of resources to finish the Deathstroke DLC, which was the last one to come out. But like the fact that Concord they just shuttered it immediately makes me wonder, just like, okay, was the back end even worse than we think it was? Because like did they, like, if they had any new characters in development, surely they would have like wanted to like, at least try to like hold out until the first new character dropped. But like was that just not gonna work? What the fuck even happened to this game? Yeah, it's amazing. Concord is an amazing story, and I bet like years from now we are going to get like a huge expose on this thing and like how badly it failed.
I hope so.
All right.
Speaking of Overwatch, how about that Marvel Rivals?
Oh yeah. On
The
complete
anti-Concord.
opposite side. Yeah, on the completely opposite side, Marvel Rivals came out the same day as Path of Exile 2 and has been almost as successful.
Which is honestly deserved, because I played a couple of hours of Squirrel Girl. It was fun.
Oh
One
yeah,
sec.
this
I'll
is
be right
it's a
back.
lot
My
of
cat's
fun.
being naughty again.
I have
I-
one criticism of Marvel Rivals.
Which is,
Garbage mouthfeel.
Marvel
Garbage
Rivals.
mouthfeel. Marvel Rival. Marvel Rival. I feel like I'm always saying it either too fast or too slow.
Ah, yeah.
That's all. That's my only criticism.
But yeah, like
it amuses me that like this is absolutely going to overtake the public consciousness of when we talk about would you like to play Marvel. It is going to go from would you like to play Marvel versus Capcom 3 to would you like to play Marvel Rivals. Marvel Rivals is just going to completely supersede it.
and
Unless
honestly,
you are unless you are a very specific section of people who say it to mean Marvel Snap.
I think they'd just say snap at that point.
Fair enough. But then, like, people might think you mean Pokemon Snap.
Imagine competitive Pokemon Snap. You both are taken into a stage with some randomization into it. And then
Oh,
whoever
that
gets
would be
better score at the
amazing.
end wins.
I competed for high scores in new Pokemon Snap for a few weeks with like the new Pokemon Snap score hunting community. I got like second or third place on a specific Drampa picture.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. But yeah, Marvel Rivals came out. It's okay, so this is a NetEase game, right? So
Yeah.
everyone was expecting like Diablo Immortal all over again. But
Yeah.
they've got a genuinely fine monetization scheme. The game's free. There is no pay to win. Every character is going to be free. Everyone they add will be free and available to every player. The only things they're selling are cosmetics, sprays, emotes, and stuff. And the battle passes are buy it and you can complete it whenever you want. It's the exact opposite of Diablo Immortal. It's as good as you can get with a game like this. And
Oh,
Yeah.
it supports a game that is genuinely fun and interesting.
Okay, that's actually a
and-
relief. One of the mobile games that I play, the Octopath Traveler Champions of the Continent, is getting passed off to NetEase, and I was very worried. But it looks like there's a chance it might stay good, which is good.
Oh,
yeah.
don't let go of that worry. NetEase is still like a scummy predatory company.
I'm just glad to have any hope at all.
It's probably, honestly, it's probably Marvel's part in this that's ensuring that it's not scummy, horrible monetization, because that would be nightmarish PR.
Yeah, but the season pass, if you fully complete it, more or less, you even end up gives you the currency needed to pay for more than half of the next one. So it goes from like $5 to $2.
Yeah.
Wait,
Which is not as generous as it could be. A lot of times, battle passes will include enough currency to afford the next battle pass. So
Wait.
it's not. So that part is not as good as it could be. But you know,
But it's
hang
still a
on.
lot more
Did
generous
you just say the battle pass is $5?
only this one is. It's going to be the next. The first battle pass was half off because this first season 0 is what we're in now. The launch window is a shorter season than the next one. The next battle pass is going to be $10 because
Is it?
it's going to take twice as long to complete and will have twice as much stuff in it.
Isn't the industry standard for bullshit battle passes like $20 or $30?
I'm used to
No.
10.
It's like 10 usually.
Oh, okay. Well, that makes this less impressive, but I am impressed that it's that cheap.
Yeah. It is also nice that they made the first one so cheap because they knew it was going to be a bad deal.
Yeah.
If this battle pass were $10, that would be a ripoff.
Getting back to the actual game and away from the monetization, which is cool, but I thought it was fun when I played of it. It was pretty satisfying. It was reminiscent, of course it was, but it was reminiscent of what little I played of Overwatch 1 years ago. And here's the thing. I think it has the potential to replace Overwatch as the hero shooter. If they
Yeah,
manage it
absolutely does.
correctly,
Yeah.
even if just because of the Marvel IP.
Yeah. And like not just because of the Marvel IP too. It's like the fact is you can just do a lot of really cool shit in this game that you can't do in Overwatch.
Oh yeah, flying and destroying the environment at minimum.
Yeah,
Thinking
like you
about
got
that
Falcon destroying the
fastball stuff that you
environment.
can
You've
do.
got Winter Soldier chaining his ultimates together.
Oh
You've
god,
got
that's so frustrating.
you've got Doctor Strange playing Portal 2.
The Hulk
You've
can
got
throw
all
the
kinds
Wolverine.
of goofy stuff that you just can't do in Overwatch. And and also like all of the melee characters. There are so many melee characters in this game that it feels more like an action game at times than a shooter, depending on who you pick as your main. And that is just yeah.
I saw a clip earlier where someone playing the Hulk had Wolverine on his shoulder and threw him, at
Yeah.
fucking Iron Man flying in the air and took a motherfucker out.
Nice.
Yeah, along with the Wolverine.
He'll
Ignore
get
the
better.
suicide. He always
Um,
does.
And it's got it. Whoever is on the Marvel Rivals dev team in charge of choosing characters knows Marvel. There's some deep cuts in there. Like very online people know who Squirrel Girl is. Like, of course, she's a fun meme, cartoony character that everybody loves. But she's a niche, unknown character to the Marvel, to the comic book fan base at large, the casual people.
She's had a bit more use these days because she is on the same team as Miles Morales, Spider-Man.
Really?
She wasn't one of the cartoons, so like she has gotten some play lately.
Yeah, but like she is a relatively deep cut, and that's not even getting into Jeff.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I think Miles, Spider-Man, Jeff, Kamala Khan, Ms. Marvel, and Squirrel Girl. I think they're all on the same team. Something Avengers. I can't remember what.
Yeah, they're like the new Young Avengers or whatever.
Nice. I'm just happy Squirrel Girl's in. Like, I'm not gonna lie, I haven't really followed Marvel comics much, but from my casual perspective, Squirrel Girl is one of my favorite comic book characters.
Oh yeah,
just like conceptually.
Truly, you cannot escape your past as William Acorn.
Oh god. It's true.
Yeah. Man. That's how I first knew you.
Yep. Man, I've been Loreweaver for like 16 years now, and still.
But yeah, Squirrel Girl is great. It's like other favorite characters. The character I've been having the most fun playing is probably Cloak and Dagger.
Oh, me too.
There's a deep cut character.
There's another which is another deep cut character. And also just like a very fun, kind of complicated, but surprisingly, but like a lot, like there's the skill ceiling and then there's the skill floor, right? And Cloak and Dagger has a very high skill ceiling, but they also have a surprisingly low skill floor on account of the fact that dagger shots like track onto enemies and allies very easily.
Ooh.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah.
so,
like I've had fights where I've had 98% accuracy.
Oh yeah, like I have never gone below 90% accuracy on Cloak and Dagger, because yeah, you can just hang back and just like shoot daggers into the crowd, and you won't be playing optimally, but you will be helping. But then on the flip side, once you actually learn the character, like Cloak has the ability to just like drag everybody into like an incorporeal state and just nullify ultimate attacks.
And he can move freely as well, including going upwards, so you can just vanish from your opponent and suddenly be above them and out of their sight.
Yeah,
and we all know gamers don't look up.
Yeah, gamers don't look up. Gamers are starting to look up now because there are a lot of flying characters around here. And so after the first week or so of people getting annihilated by Iron Man, people have started to catch on. But yeah, when you play Cloak, you just vanish, and a lot of times players just don't know what to do because you could be anywhere.
Also, the fun thing about Dagger's lock-on daggers is they will turn corners if an opponent goes around them. I have occasionally like shot a dagger at Iron Man. He's dodged around a corner to avoid it, and the dagger practically did a 180 turn to kill him behind the door. It's like, oh, this is Looney Tunes shit. I love it.
Yeah. So yeah, Cloak and Dagger is a very fun character. The worst character so far I've played with is probably Storm, which is unfortunate because
that's sad. Storm's great.
Yeah, because Storm's great, and she's also like one of the most powerful heroes in the entire verse. But like, the problem is like she's kind of just a worse Iron Man because she doesn't have jet boots, so she can't move very quickly, and she just kind of like hangs in the air, shooting slow projectiles. And if people look up at her, she's a sitting duck. You know, if there's a sniper on the team, or just really anyone with a quick movie projectile weapon. Like they can just snipe her out of the air, no problem.
I saw somebody make a meme where it's just like Storm uses the power of lightning, has to reload. Hawkeye uses bow and arrow, doesn't have to reload. It's like, yes, he does. He reloads after every single shot. It's a bow. That's how that works.
Storm being punished for her dominance in fighting games.
Yeah, that is sure. That's acceptable.
I hope they add in that costume to Marvel Rivals, because that's a sick costume.
Her Marvel vs. Capcom one?
Yeah, which is, I believe, the one from the 90s X-Men cartoon.
Like, you mean the classic white costume, right?
Yeah.
That's already in there, actually.
Really?
Yeah, you get it by earning achievements.
Nice.
So like if you check like the achievement board menu in the game, you'll see that there are like different tracks and like different rewards for getting X number of achievement points. And so like if you get like 200 achievement points in one of the tracks, you can get the White Storm outfit.
Nice.
And yeah. So yeah, there you go. It's a good game, and there's just a lot of cool shit you can do in it.
Also, right now there is a mode where you can only play as Jeff, and it is Splatoon.
Oh yeah,
It's literally Splatoon.
I've been doing that. The holiday mode for Jeff, or the holiday mode for Christmas season is you play as Jeff and you basically play Splatoon,
which is very fun to think about.
Yeah, and the reward for doing this is you can get a free Jeff skin out of that.
Nice.
Which is like Jeff in a cute little winter outfit, which is adorable.
Aww.
And I got it. It worked out. They must have done this on purpose, but like the way it works is like you have to do daily quests in the Jeff gameplay mode to like get points, and eventually those points go towards earning your new outfit.
Oh, is it 12 Days of Christmas?
It wasn't 12 Days of Christmas, but it was 7 Days of Christmas, and the event started 7 days before Christmas. So I was doing these dailies every single day, which meant Christmas Day was the day that I got my new Jeff outfit.
That's delightful. That must have been on purpose, yeah.
Yeah. So like they must have like figured out the rate at which these dailies were going to come out to make it so that people were getting their Jeff outfit on Christmas Day.
That's
but
delightful.
There's still like a week left in the event, so if you haven't done it yet, you can still go in and play and get a new Jeff outfit.
Yeah, I need to do that. I obviously missed a few days since I was at my grandma's for Christmas.
So yeah, very front and rear heavy year for new video games, as far as the ones that like are a big deal that we can talk about.
Yeah.
Because we have Rivals and Path of Exile within the last couple weeks, and then we have Persona and Final Fantasy at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
But there were also some older games that Lore played.
Well, we're not quite done with games that came out this year.
That's true.
There are 3 more. First off, a game that I haven't played, but everyone around me has been obsessed with, Balatro.
Oh yeah, Balatro is very good.
I've been playing that.
It made me learn poker hands.
Yeah, and like I already knew poker hands because like learning how to play poker was just a thing I did as a kid because that's a thing you do as a kid.
Yeah, I knew poker hands because I have played Mega Man X Command Mission, and that's one of the limit breaks.
I knew poker hands because we were poor, and cards were one of the few things we could afford growing up. So
That doesn't seem like very, very, very good life lessons. We're poor. Here's how to gamble.
well, I mean, like, don't gamble with real money. You gamble with poker chips and just have fun. And just whoever has the most chips at the end of the night wins. It's good, clean family fun. Unless you live in Europe, apparently.
They gave it an AO rating or something over there, right?
Yeah, like
and EA Sports FC, which has actual gambling in it, is still 3 and up.
Yep. Yeah, that's been the news. Like that happened when the game first came out, like back in May, and like and like it's been in the news again recently because a couple weeks ago they tried to appeal that decision, and then a couple weeks ago the appeal came back and said, no, this game is absolutely rated 18 and plus, which is the equivalent of AO in the American rating system, and everybody on the internet has just been mocking them about it.
Well, remember that Pokemon games got changed forever to lose the casino stuff due to new British laws at the time.
The thing is, though, that you're literally not actually gambling any money in Balatro.
Yeah.
Ever.
It literally isn't. Like, it's not like you're not anteing up or anything. They use the word ante to describe like
a challenge.
Like, to describe like a point score that you're aiming for, but like your goal is just like get a high score.
Yeah, in Pokemon you're actually gambling fake money. In Balatro, the closest thing to a money gamble that you perform is when you use the Wheel of Fortune.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the 1 in 4 chance that it does nothing.
So Balatro is like it's a poker roguelike where where like as you're going through the game making poker hands, but then eventually and like the better hand you make, the more points you get, but eventually the point scores that you need to hit start to get higher and higher to the point where you have to cheat by like by like adding new cards to your deck, which open up new possibilities. And then you also have Joker cards, which add different multipliers to different kinds of things. And so all of a sudden you get bonus points for getting a straight as opposed to any other kind of card. And it gets infinitely complicated very quickly. And it's just very fun to like dig into the math of, assembling a deck to get the most points you can possible in a single hand. It is so much fun.
I also really like a lot of the designs of the Jokers that give you those modifiers.
Yeah, and the art is great.
I like that, for example, Half Joker is a Joker that's ripped in half. Yes. And it increases the multiplier on your hands that you play that consist of 3 cards or less.
Yeah. Also, like another fun thing is that like Ben Starr apparently has just been having a great month because Clive gets into Tekken a couple weeks ago. He's also the main character in the latest War. What is it? What's that fucking game called?
Warhammer?
No, it's
Total War?
It's the live service game with the mech suits.
Oh, you're talking about Warframe.
Warframe, that was it.
Ah, yeah.
Ben Starr is also the main character in the new Warframe expansion. And as part of a Balatro DLC, Ben Starr's like starring in the trailer as Jimbo, the eponymous Joker of Balatro. So Ben Starr's become the face of Balatro in addition to being Clive in Tekken, which is just fucking hilarious.
Balatro's DLC is really charming, by the way. It's all free and it's just different like cosmetics for your deck.
Yep.
Oh, fun.
And it's all other indie games. For example, 1000 X Resist is one of the deck cosmetics.
Yep.
Ah, cool. So here's my question about Balatro. Do you guys think it deserves the Game of the Year nom?
Yes.
Yeah. I think it deserves it more than Elder Scrolls did, or not Elder Scrolls, Elden Ring did.
We have had a video game industry for over 30 years. Over 40 years, even. It took this long for someone to come around and say, what if poker was silly?
I'm sure
of course it deserves it.
Point.
Yeah.
Of course it deserves it.
I don't have any experience with it. I have not played Balatro, mostly because I can see that it will consume my entire soul, and I need to be able like I've been playing Stardew Valley again, and I lose entire like real days just fucking playing that shit.
Oh yeah, Balatro would get you bad.
Balatro, I can't. I need to get a job. Okay, I can't do this to myself.
It has background music that's like this very chill, droning, calming song. it will get your ass love. But yeah, Minda, do you have a favorite Joker?
I don't know. See, it's been a little while since I've booted up a watcher, but I remember I had one very good run that was based around a Joker that gave bonuses for even numbered cards.
Oh, Even Steven.
Even Steven, yeah. I had a very good run with that was built around Even Steven.
My favorite is probably Vagabond, where as long as you stay poor, you get a tarot card. I think it's every time you play a hand.
Oh yeah, that's fun.
It's quite good, and tarot cards let you do stuff like change two cards in your deck to be one number higher, or change one card of your deck and do another, and etc.
Yeah, so, tarot cards are very good.
I like Vagabond. Very fun when I get that one.
Nice.
That's when I'm like, goodbye money, I will be poor.
So yeah, Elantra,
right.
Very good game.
Well, here's a shorter one for us to talk about because I'm pretty sure none of us have played it. I really want to play Silent Hill 2 Remake.
Yeah. I've been hearing good things about it.
I watched one of my boyfriends play through it, and it seems like it's quite well done.
Here's the backstory of this game. This game was made by Bloober Team, which are the Layers of Fear and the Medium guys. And so nobody thought that those guys were going to be able to handle a game about mental health in any way that was respectful or good. But apparently they knocked it out of the park. I've heard nothing but praise for Silent Hill 2.
When you're going off a cheat sheet.
Well,
I'm assuming Konami just was looming over them the entire time, whispering, "Don't fuck this up" in their ear.
It could also be that this was their make or break big hit, because they've had indie hits like Layers of Fear and the Medium got a decent amount of press and a bunch of YouTubers played them and I think they sold well. But this is their first AAA game, and they came out swinging apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know when I'll get to play it because I have a patron who had me play Silent Hill 1 and wants me to play Silent Hill 2. I think he wants me to play the original before I play the remake.
Mm-hmm.
Which is very hard for me because I really want to play the remake.
Yeah. Another game that I haven't played yet but want to is the Space Marine game.
That's the big horde shooter, right?
Kind of, but because 40K is some good silly fun sometimes, and this game looks like more good silly fun.
Yeah, I've heard it's pretty fun.
I picked it up for Christmas with some birthday money, so I'll probably play that sometime early next year.
Wait, when's your birthday?
Not birthday, Christmas money, I mean.
I was gonna say, how long did you hold on to that birthday money, man?
No.
All right, last game on my list of games that came out this year to talk about that I didn't play is Shadow Generations.
Okay.
Oh, hell yes.
I got that 2 days ago, and you want to know what happened? I remembered that I suck at Sonic games.
Aw. I haven't played it yet. I have it. I'm planning to play it in January on stream. So no spoilers. But
Alpha
gush
put out
about
a video yesterday that went through most of the stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, this game is peak. This is peak. I'm just not good enough at Sonic games. I want to play through the original Sonic Generations because I remember liking it. But
Shadow Generations is both.
Yes.
I know. I
I
have the game. I'm playing through the Sonic mode first.
I see.
But it turns out I'm not good at Sonic games. And and all these levels have multiple paths, and
Yes,
and,
it's
and you have to like get all there's all this stuff to, but I'm trying to go fast. You can't make me pick up collectibles while I'm going fast.
This has always been my biggest complaint about Sonic games just in general. Like, I have never ever been able to get into any Sonic game, even the ones that are supposed to be good. And I think the reason is that, like, Sonic games are only fun if you're good at them.
I mean, like they're built for replay. It's not.
But like,
you're
agreeing with me then that they're only good if they're only fun if you're good at them.
No, I mean, like you're not getting the full experience if you're just playing each level once. It's one of the most fun things about Sonic is going back and not starting good, but learning how to be good, getting better and better at the stages in the games. Like there's, especially on the ones where getting S ranks or A ranks are harder, that it can be very satisfying.
Well, like, so yes, getting the S rank is really good. The problem is though, like, if you're not playing at the S rank level, you're just kind of bumbling around like a damn fool.
Okay, so to be clear, I do have fun playing them, but in short bursts. Like, I'll play a couple levels and then I'll get to one where I die like 3 times in a row and I'm like, okay, different game for a little while. But like, that's a perfectly reasonable way to play a video game, you know? Sometimes you switch around between 3 video games at once. Anyway, the Shadow stuff is really interesting. From what I have seen of it, all of the levels that they picked are really cool. They brought back my guy. I will not elaborate on who my guy is, but if you know anything about me, you might be able to guess.
Yeah, we can take a guess.
I think I have an idea. But yeah,
I know exactly who you're talking about now that you mention it, I think.
Oh yeah?
Anyway.
Yeah, I got it. I played it. I got all the S ranks. As I was going along, I didn't move on until I got the S ranks.
The real problem is that you can't get the S rank without beating the level without dying. You have to not die, and I'm like, no, I'm not doing the game.
Actually, that's not quite true. I have got an S ranks after a death in this one.
That might be for the Shadow mode. I know in the original.
Yeah, in Sonic Generations, you go up a rank by not dying. Yeah.
Ah.
But I was specifically talking about Shadow, and the story's really good. Like the character is completely re-railed. The character moments are good. There's some really emotional stuff. It's been absolutely fantastic. And honestly, I would say Shadow Generations is possibly the best Sonic game since Sonic Adventure 2, and that game was almost flawless.
Wow.
Oh, hold on.
Sonic Adventure 2 was not flawless. Like, by any stretch.
Sonic fan wants out of a video game.
I love Sonic Adventure 2.
I love Sonic Adventure 2 dearly, which is why I don't want you to tell me that it's...
I said almost flawless.
It's not even almost flawless, my bad.
It's fantastic!
It is fantastic.
I'm just going to sit back and let the Sonic fans hash this one out.
Anyway, Sonic 06 fan here, it's okay if your game is not objectively good as long as you like it.
I wouldn't say Sonic Adventure 2 is bad.
The thing I always go back to with 3D Sonic games is Snapcube talking about Sonic Frontiers, and she said, "This is a 3 out of 5 game that I love like it's a 5 out of 5 game."
That's how I feel about Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah.
From what I understand about Sonic Adventure 2,
5 out of 5 game. Okay, Mad Space is a little awkward. Other than that, I love it.
The Knuckles and Rouge levels suck.
No, they do not.
Yes, they do.
Look, let me guess. Every time somebody says the treasure hunting stage is stuck, they always tell me, "Oh, I don't use the hint boxes." Well, no fucking wonder.
I always use the hint boxes. It's just awkward and clumsy gameplay.
It's fine. It's great.
Some people really don't like the mech stages also. Then you have me, who got really upset when I had to go off the path in a Sonic level to get a power-up I needed. I'm like, hello, this is a Sonic level!
Oh, you love following the rules so much.
I fucking do!
Sonic
Anyway.
fans unsure how to react to positive reaction.
Like, bear in mind, like there is some, like one of the speedrun things for Sonic Adventure 2 is so quintessentially Sonic, and it is unique to Sonic Adventure 2 in that at one point you skip part of the level by going so fast you are at the opposite sides of a death plane between frames, so it cannot register you touching the death frame.
It's not too unusual to clip through a death frame in a speedrun.
Yeah, but not because you are going so fast.
This is in that space station one with all the rails, right? Where they just fucking jump off the level.
Final Rush, yeah.
Yeah. They jump off they get through like 30 seconds of the level, just fucking jump off of the rails and go off in a completely different direction to the way the level is going, because that way is the end of the level.
Speaking of Sonic Adventure 2, I find it really interesting that there are some contemporary like Chow Garden imitators like emerging. There's that Bobo Bay game that I think had a demo this year, which is basically just Chow raising plus racing, and then there's also Poglings, which has been in development for a while, and then some third weird game that I can't remember the name of.
I can't remember whether I backed
contemporary game.
Here's what may be one of the reasons I have a different perspective of Sonic Adventure 2. How many of you have tried to go for all A ranks?
It's been a long time. I think I did.
I unlocked Green Hill Zone.
I watched the Alpha Rad video. I'm good.
I feel like the game actually gets better and better when you're going for all the A ranks.
Hey Danny, I'm beginning to think that maybe you're just a gamer that likes.
It's only fun when you're good at it.
Danny, I'm beginning to think that you're the kind of gamer that enjoys the process of route memorization and some amount of technical skill improvement, but mostly gaining a full understanding of an environment and execution.
You should speedrun Sonic Adventure 2.
Yeah, you should try speedrunning some games, Danny. It seems up your alley.
Yeah, like not everyone is into that. Sometimes I just want to hit guys with my homing attack and go zoom and do quick steps. I love quick steps. Those are fun. And I like pulling off a sick like I'm going on the rail and I see the little dash ring and I'm like, "Oh, I can jump up early and get in the dash." Like I enjoy I enjoy being good at Sonic, but when I die a bunch of times, it is frustrating. Especially when I need to not die to get an S rank, Sonic Generations. But I've tried very, very hard not to care about the ranks that I get in these games because I know that I'm not going to get the S rank without like iteration that is going to drive me insane. So it's like it really does depend on it's the thing that I said earlier where like if a game is frustrating you, either change how you play the game or move to a different game, which is how I try to live my life.
But also speaking of this year in Sonic, Project 06.
Oh yes, I have
still the release.
I have played a little bit of it. I wish that there was like a way to play it without just going into level select, because I like the overworld of Sonic 06 because I'm insane and it was my childhood, and the story is like a very important thing to me, even though I know that it has some very strange issues.
And it has your boy
of Sonic 06. It's about failure.
Yeah,
and also Shadow was very in character in 06. He was probably the best part of the writing in that.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, between Project 06, Shadow Generations, and the movie, the Shadow fans are eating this year.
I'm going to see that on the 6th. I'm excited.
It's good. I want to see it again.
I hear I hear it might be the best in the trilogy. One of the best video game movies ever made.
Yes, you ended up singing
I
along
have
at certain
not.
points.
I have not seen it yet, but I look forward to it. I saw one review from a person who was not involved with Sonic, but whose friend was, and they said, yeah, people went crazy. They did the things that people wanted them to do, and I'm like, okay, good. I'll go see the movie, and I know that I will like it. Like
Sonic fans when the little girl gets shot on screen.
well, really, the thing that I was worried about was whether or not they would use the song, and they apparently they do. So good.
Oh, Count Bob, we were talking about Project 06, not Sonic 06. Project 06 is a fan remake of Sonic 06. It uses the same level design, but the actual controls and mechanics are so much better, and it kind of shows what we could have had if the game wasn't like a year and a half rushed early. Like if it had actually been completed to the standards of Sonic Adventure 2.
You know, my favorite thing with the shooting the little girl was like there's a tweet in reaction to like when one of the first trailers came out going, it's like, man, I kind of feel like Sonic's human friends might be in danger in this movie, and somebody goes, they're not gonna kill any human characters in these movies, and somebody just replies, Maria.
They might kill one human character in this movie.
Human character in this movie.
So I was thinking about it, right? And it's very funny that Sonic got to go Super Saiyan, right? Mm-hmm. Originally, like, and he's just stayed being able to go Super Saiyan, and that's not been an issue. And similarly, Shadow is just anime Mewtwo. Mm-hmm. Like he's just anime Mewtwo, and like they've just run with that the entire time. Like with the movie backstory that the Americans didn't get.
Yeah. Yeah, he is Mewtwo, and then Silver is Trunks.
Yeah.
Also just
in the development files for Sonic 06 on the character profiles, literally like Trunks from Dragon Ball Z is written. I'm not kidding.
I love that for him. That's my autistic naive son. I love him. His character has gotten kind of weird because like he exists
because they don't know what the fuck to do with him.
No, it's very interesting.
They have done where the Trunks story ends.
Yeah.
Like they have done stuff with him. Like his character now is defined by he went back in time to save his future, and now his future is saved. So he was originally a very serious character, and now he's like much more casual because his future is not in ruins anymore. It's like, wait, that actually is kind of interesting. They do stuff like that to some degree, but like,
I am. Also, one of the things I really like about the movies is, like, when Jim Carrey's Robotnik was first announced and in the first movie, I was a little bit disappointed. But with each movie, they've made him more game
he gets more and more Robotnik as the movies have gone on. It's great.
I love that they're tying it into it being because of his rivalry with Sonic that's leading to it.
This is basically the only role Jim Carrey's had for the last like 5 years, isn't it? Because
Jim Carrey out of retirement for this shit. It's great.
He retired, but he keeps coming back for Robotnik because he loves it so much.
Yeah, and in this one, he gets to be 2 Robotniks.
Yeah, and he said, like, I'm not going to be coming back to acting unless somebody hands me a golden script written using ambrosia or something like that. And he's like, okay, and he's back for Sonic 3. I see why now.
I think he said that before 2 even.
You're gonna love it, Law. You are going to love it.
I'm so excited.
All right, but enough movie talk in this video game podcast.
Okay, so that's the games that came out in this year. Let's talk about some of the older games we've played. First on the list, I finished Final Fantasy XIV Stormblood this year after over 2 years of after 2.5 years of playing Final Fantasy XIV every weekend. I have finished Stormblood. It was okay.
Yeah, that's
Stormblood.
kind of the general reaction to Stormblood.
It was okay. I'm much more excited about what I've seen of Shadowbringers so far. It's much better.
Yeah, I am actually like one of the rare like Stormblood defenders in the fandom. Like I I think that expansion is a little underrated. But yeah, in general, the general consensus is that, like, among the expansions, that one is okay.
Yeah. Of all
Very
the
much.
Final Fantasy XIV expansions, that is certainly one of them.
It is certainly one of them.
It's one of the Final Fantasy XIV expansions of all time.
Actually, like, come to think of it, like my opinion of Stormblood has actually dipped just a little bit this year because in many ways Dawn Trail feels like Stormblood but better. Which is kind of like, which might also be a weird take, but it is my take, and I stand by it.
Cool.
Yeah, so that'll be something fun for us to discuss in.
I will
3
say,
years
though,
when we get to Dawn Trail.
The Quest Complete theme for Stormblood, though.
Oh yeah, the Quest Complete scene for Thorn. Yeah, the music in Stormblood's great.
Da, ba, da, ba, da, da. Yeah, baby.
We love
That
singing
just sounds
together
terrible
in
to stream. I love it.
I'm going to be having a condensed series of flashbacks as I go through the side quests once I catch up on the game.
Mm-hmm.
Because they all play their expansions,
Yep.
quest accepted and quest completed themes, right?
Yeah, they do. That's correct.
Nice. Aside from Stormblood, I played Hatoful Boyfriend for the first time, which is one of the most fascinating meme games I've ever seen.
So
Yeah.
I have had so I have a lot of opinions about the bird game, as people know. I have even more opinions about the sequel.
There's a sequel?
Yes, Hatoful Boyfriend Holiday Star. It's just a visual novel. There's no dating sim elements, but it's like a bunch of smaller stories that you can play like over a variety of time or whatever. But the final one is features one of my favorite characters of all time. He as the antagonist, making me feel. It expands on the characters in a very interesting way. Introduces various aspects of like different parts of each of their characters. And I feel like Hatoful Boyfriend is kind of like one of the early examples of this is a very silly game. Oh whoops, it's a horror game.
Yeah. Spoilers, but yeah.
Yep.
The game. How old is this game? Like the game is a little. It turns
around
out
15 years old at this point, I think.
yeah, it's so surprise. The game that everybody goes insane about, despite the fact that it's about dating birds, has some fucked up shit as its GUI center. I won't go into details, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff that's fucked up.
Real quick. Can Bob be a little less dismissive, please? Anyway, go on.
Okay. Anyway, so as I was saying, I love the characters in Hatoful Boyfriend. Who's your favorite, Lore?
Oh boy. Hard to say.
Did you have a favorite quest, like a favorite line, like route?
I'm trying to think. Most of them were pretty strong. I think probably the most fun one. They're all pretty strong. I thought Shoes was pretty interesting.
So, unsurprisingly, the Doctor is one of my favorite characters.
Oh, of course. Love core as fuck.
Like, did you see the human portraits? Have you seen them?
Yes, I played with them on.
Okay, his design is very specific and targeted. But I don't like. It's not my fault that he's the most attractive one. It's not my fault.
I always thought that was a little dissonant because his bird portrait is a fat little grumpy bird.
Okay, so actually,
like my headspace version of him is not his human portrait.
Okay, so fun fact,
Well, now Teddy's interested.
the specific kind of partridge that he is, it has a neck that's it tucking its neck in. It looks much more normal when it's just a partridge. When it has its neck like actually extended. They just picked that portrait because it's the funniest, and which makes sense. It's a fun bird species. It's an interesting pull that they did there. His like subplot about being, well, no spoilers, but like his subplots are interesting. Like his backstory is fascinating. He's a deeply fucked up character made fucked up by his fucked up world, and I dig that. I've always digged that. I also love Yuya. His story is one of my favorites as well. It's very funny that I like the two most incompatible characters as my two favorites, but you know, it's not important. Um,
Don't worry about it.
yeah, I think Yuya is very cool. I love a suave gentleman with secret trauma and baggage. The stuff that in the secret route that gets revealed about him makes him very love poor. You know, he's sort of a troubled soul but hides it. You know, it's
Yeah.
I do love all of the cast members. Sakuya and Ryota, I kind of ship them actually. I think that like because of the final like the final route, I think that their interactions in that are very fun.
Yeah.
And I think that they're cute. Both of them are very adorable. I want to pat their heads. And then Oko-san
That's
is
suitable
Oko-san.
because they're birds.
Yes. And Oko-san is Oko-san, and we love Oko.
Yeah, Oko-san is Oko-san.
like the absolute power move it is to be like, I love my pet bird. I'm going to make a deeply fucked up and weird game about dating birds so that I can have my pet bird in it acting like my pet bird acts. And that's like good that's
Good lord.
that's the dream right there. That's just me giving somebody the biggest salute of them all. Like excellent work. So the sequel's very good. It introduces some characters. It gives some background to various stuff. And I don't know if Laura would be interested in playing it because it's just a visual novel. I don't know how City is in those, but I would recommend like watching somebody else play it. Luca Jin has has stream archives of it that are good.
I might.
So I do recommend.
Yeah. I might do that. Next on the list, Small Saga, which I played for a patron earlier this year, and I rather liked it. It was a pretty cool game.
I wish
Okay,
I wish I meant to see the ending because it looks really good.
It was
Okay, real
very
quick.
good.
Real quick, sorry, I just gotta mute. I just gotta go to the bathroom again. Do not talk about In Stars and Time until I'm back, please. Thank you. I have to tell a friend to come into the convo to come into the stream when we start talking about it because she's the one who got me into it. So,
Yeah.
all right, I'll be back in a bit.
Small Saga is a little indie RPG about a society of rodents living under London. Living in like the underbits of London. And it's about this one mouse's quest for revenge on an exterminator that killed his brother. And he runs around wielding a pocket knife as a giant, like, guts berserker blade. And it's got a fun world. It's got fun characters. The combat system is an interesting puzzle, even though I managed to break it over my knee pretty early. But yeah, I like it. I think you guys should try it. Even if you've seen the ending, Die, I think you should try it.
I can't with some of the enemies in it.
Oh, right.
All right.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry, man.
Yeah, the music's phenomenal. I've got to couple of it in my favorites on YouTube.
Nice. Is it related to Mouse Guard at all? I think it's its own thing.
Probably inspired by Mouse Guard.
I don't know what Mouse Guard is, so...
It's like small. It's like that, except less postmodern. More just medieval ass mice in a medieval ass world, doing medieval ass mice stuff.
Gotcha. Next, I played Majora's Mask for the first time and finished it this year.
Yeah.
That was an interesting experience. Because the patron who picked it wanted me to get the best ending, he guided me to a bunch of the masks. But it was an interesting experience. I liked the world. I liked the world building. I liked the characters. When I really got into it was when I got to see Anju and Kafei's story for the first time.
Oh, yeah.
God,
That was the best one.
Yeah, like from that point on, it was not a quest to save the world. It was a quest to save Anju and Kafei.
Mm-hmm.
And that was effective storytelling. Like, seriously. The time loop mechanic was pretty cool. The one thing I didn't like about Majora's Mask is the gameplay. The controls are very much early N64 gameplay controls because it's based on a 1998 game on the N64. And yeah, controlling the camera was a pain in the ass. The combat was a bit of a pain in the ass. Trying to do special moves was a pain in the ass. Controlling Epona was a pain in the ass, which I guess everyone should expect me to hate by now because I hate horses so fucking much. If the story and world hadn't hooked me as much as it did, I would not have enjoyed that game. But they did, so I did.
Yeah, and I've said this to you specifically before, but like now it was already hard for you to go back to Ocarina of Time. Now it will be impossible. I'm just
watching my boyfriend play through it and going through it for me. Like that's a thing we're doing together.
Yeah, because like Ocarina of Time, like, you know, it was groundbreaking for its time, but like it really is just a less interesting version of Majora's Mask.
Ocarina of groundbreaking for its time.
Ocarina has the same problem that Halo and Dragon Ball have, in which the entirety of the genre they belong to hinges on their development. That is an inflection point in the development of video games. Everything that came after Ocarina of Time built on what Ocarina of Time brought to the table. Which means that Ocarina of Time, by the standards of later games, is primitive, awkward, and controls poorly with a lot of design mistakes.
Yeah.
Yep.
I still enjoy it.
It was mind-blowing when it came out. But it came out 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
There's a reason why it eventually lost to Undertale.
Yeah. I do like... This is why I've said, like, I really would love to see an Ocarina of Time remake, because, like, there are just so many things you can do with storytelling in video games that you could not do in 1997. Or at least that Nintendo certainly was not doing in 1997.
Yeah.
1 second, my cat wants to get on top of the fridge, so I'm going to help him.
You're going to help him get on top of the fridge? Oh, he already left to put his cat on top of the fridge. That's usually the opposite of how that interaction goes, one would think. Mouse Guard is a tabletop RPG. You're a mouse, you put the bell on the cat. Interesting. There are cats you fight in Small Saga.
Anyway, yes, he likes staying on top of the fridge so he can scope out the whole apartment. And he's old and he can't jump that far anymore, so sometimes he just stands in front of the fridge meowing.
Aw.
And then I put him up there, and then he's happy for a few minutes.
Aw.
Anyway, Ocarina. Anyway, Majora's Mask. Good game.
Good
Great
game. Good game. I'm glad I got guided to the best ending because that was very cool.
Yeah.
Next on my list, I finally played One Shot this year, and I cried. I loved it. I loved it. It was so good. That there is a moral choice in One Shot that was the hardest I've ever had to make in a video game. I agonized over that choice for 14 minutes before finally making a decision. Chat counted. Because the game really makes you care about Nico. It does a masterful job of making you care about Nico. And it was... Oh, that game is so good. I'm so glad I got to play it. I see why people raved about it for all the years they've wanted me to play it. Play One Shot. It's so good. And it does wild things with your computer. Like there are parts of the game where you have to find files, and sometimes it will change your desktop background. And there's a point in the game where you have to take you have to take the game window while you're looking at a photo negative, and move it so that it's almost all the way off the screen and bring it back, and the negative's been developed. And like, how the fuck do you do that? The programming gimmicks in that game are mind-boggling. Anyway, One Shot good. Have you guys played it?
I have heard things about it, but I have not. I do not know much about it.
I've seen Nitro Red's review on it, and it does look very interesting.
You should play it. How about you, Teddy?
I haven't played it yet, but I've seen a lot of discussion around it.
Damn. I wish you guys had played it so I could talk about it. Oh well.
Sorry.
Oh,
Seems good.
Next on my list, I beat 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim this year. How many of you have played that game?
Nope. Another one. On the to-do
I
list.
am not familiar.
13 Sentinels Aegis Rim is one of my favorite narrative experiences of all time.
To the point where Lore has literally created and dedicated a second channel to it now.
Yeah, I haven't done a lot with that channel, but yeah. Well, that's more because...
It's still like a fact. It's still a true fact about the state of affairs.
That's more because there's 9,999 bonus levels once you beat the game. And I want to chronicle my journey through them, but I've kind of fallen off of that in the last couple months. So I'll get back to it eventually, I think. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim is a mecha strategy, top-down strategy game, sort of. Visual novel, sort of. That is full of wild twists and turns that recontextualize the entire game like every 5 or 6 hours. And 13 Sentinels is like if you slapped Eva and Homestuck together. Kinda. It's very Homestuck complementary. Like in the best parts of the Homestuck narrative experience are similar to the 13 Sentinels narrative experience, and I fucking adore it. Like as soon as I beat the game, I went and I watched like 5 different playthroughs, including Wooly Versus's playthrough, where they strung together a like 5 or 6 minute long advertisement for the game, which is just them going, what the fuck? Holy shit. Wow, that's wild, and stuff like that. 13 Sentinels Aegis Rim, absolute masterpiece of a game. I can't tell you anything about it because it's all spoilers. Oh my god, this is the most spoiler-dense game I've ever experienced. The basic premise is giant robots have descended upon 5 different eras of modern Japan. Modern and future Japan. they are destroying everything in each of these time periods. 13 kids find themselves able to fight back in giant robots. The game is the mystery of why this is happening, how this is happening, what the hell is going on, how the time travel works, all sorts of stuff. And it's fucking incredible. I cannot recommend this game highly enough.
Not very related, but speaking of Homestuck and time travel, have you seen Deadpool 3?
I have not. I want to. I haven't even
Okay.
finished Deadpool 2, to be honest.
Yeah, it's it's every once in a while the time travel rules of the MCU remind me of Homestuck, and it's very funny.
I feel like Homestuck has enough different kinds of time travel in it. Like it uses time travel in ways that seem very specific, but also are utilized in enough like weird ways that it feels like it's referencing everything at once. Because that's kind
Yeah.
of what Homestuck is already. It's referencing everything at once.
Yeah, well, like with the MCU, it's specifically because the MCU's rule for time travel have like a meta element to it that is specifically reminiscent of Homestuck.
That's
Like-
fair, yeah.
Like for instance, this is not like a huge spoiler because it's pretty early in the movie, but the inciting incident of Deadpool 3 is that Deadpool's timeline is going to wither away and die because nobody cares about it anymore. And like the meta commentary there is the fact that the Fox timeline is dead now that Fox has been purchased by Marvel, and all of the Fox characters are going to end up in the MCU eventually. So Deadpool's timeline is just kind of sort of going to wither away and die. And it's like, it's a splinter timeline. We're talking about splinter timelines. What the fuck?
Interesting.
Doomed timelines, yeah. Interesting.
I'm just so used to Doom timelines now because I've read like a bajillion other things that were inspired by Homestuck or even not inspired by Homestuck. Please read
Homework.
Homework.
I'm surprised no one's described Homestuck as their homework as a pejorative.
Anyway.
Anyway.
Everyone, this is your yearly reminder to read Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint if you have not already. It's a very good series, and if you like Homestuck, and even if like you liked Homestuck for a while and then stopped liking Homestuck, you will like it. I promise.
Anyway, back to video games.
Yes.
Okay, so after 13 Sentinels, here's the game that Love wants to talk about.
Okay, hold on. I have to ping my friend. Give me like 2 minutes. Give me like 1 minute.
Well, in that case, we'll discuss Slay the Princess while we wait.
Okay.
Slay the Princess, the Pristine Cut, the updated re-release of Slay the Princess came out this year, and it added several princesses and a bunch of content to other princesses, and I think it added a couple of endings, and it updated some of the music, and it came with a physical release, which I pre-ordered. And it was Slay the Princess again. It's awesome. It came out. Slay the Princess came out last year. It's one of my favorite games that came out that year. Honestly, play it. You have to have a stomach for blood and gore. But
Which rules me out.
yeah, but Slay the Princess is the premise of Slay the Princess is you are on a path in the woods. At the end of the path is a cabin. In the basement of the cabin is a princess. You're here to slay her. What do you do? And the game proceeds from there. It's awesome. It's really awesome. And all the choices you make affect what you're doing. And there's enough content in there. I've done 4 full playthroughs. And that still hasn't covered quite the entirety of the content in the game. And like, it's really good. I highly, highly recommended. Have any of you played Slay the Princess?
Not yet. You're not me. I have other friends who want me to play it too, so I will eventually, I'm sure.
Yeah,
I watched you play through it.
it was good, right?
Yeah.
I saw bits and pieces, and it seemed quite good.
It was awesome.
Like, I'm sure that it's a very good game that I will never play because I don't like not knowing choices to make in games, as mentioned before. So games that are like very open-ended like that are like kill me.
I think it would be really interesting if there wasn't the blood element, because I feel like, given your approach to being as by the book and good as possible, I feel like you'd reach a point where you're like, well, wait a second, what is the game trying to say to me now then? And you'd stop in your tracks and think for like 10 minutes pretty early in.
Probably, yeah.
You know what I
Like,
mean,
I
Lore?
can deal with some
Yeah.
gore sometimes. It kind of depends. Like, I like the Castlevania Netflix, but most of the time I'm just like, oop, looking away now for half a second.
It's very rarely like fountains of blood or anything, but there are some very specifically disturbing bits of gore.
It was hilarious. Every time you got to those parts, you got all squeamish.
I really like horror, and it disturbed me, some of those pieces of artwork. So if you can't handle blood and gore, there's no shame in not playing Slay the Princess.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like if it's body horror adjacent, I start to be like, nope, get that away from me.
There's very much some body horror, yes.
Oh yeah.
It's funny because like I despite all the issues I have, body horror is not a problem for me in the slightest.
Yeah.
It depends on like the type of body horror, but like to a certain extent, it's hold on one second.
She has not responded yet.
I think she sort of assumed that she was going to. I meant for her to be in the chat. 1 second.
Videos, games.
Well, we can talk about Stanley Parable while we wait.
Oh yeah. There's another.
I played Stanley Parable
Oh,
Altered.
she's like not seeing you as live for some reason.
Oh,
That's weird.
That's odd.
People in chat are responding to the things we're saying.
Yeah. So it might just be her internet. Sometimes she 1 second.
I haven't played the Stanley Parable yet, but I know what it's about.
Yeah,
I'm familiar with it, but I don't really know like to what extent it's like.
I knew the basic premise. I did not know the extent of it. It's basically you have an adversarial narrator who controls the game world, and is trying to guide you through a specific sequence of actions, and you can defy the narrator at basically every point, and he'll be annoyed and try to get you back on track, and be more annoyed as you get further and further off track, and then start messing with you as you mess with him. It's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I do find that kind of thing somewhat interesting, but I always kind of like scrunch my nose up at games that are like, oh, we're breaking free from the narrative, like as the main point, instead of like exploring the nuances of the relationship between.
I mean, you're certainly making some assumptions about the material, knowing very little about it.
That's fair. I won't say like
Yeah,
like if the I just assumed that the point was breaking free from the narrative because that's like the literal point. That's like the literal thing.
Unfortunately, there is no way to literally break free from a narrative so long as you are contained within it.
Exactly. This is true.
Yeah,
like that's the whole thing. That's the meta
Like,
stuff.
it's like what the game actually ends up being about is it ends up being about the relationship between the narrator and Stanley, which may or may not mean the relationship between the narrator and the player yourself.
That's cool. That's interesting.
And it's just kind of like, what do these two characters do when they're stuck in this weird meta-narrative situation? And then you just go on a little adventure listening to the narrator make rude British commentary at you. It's great.
Yeah, like at one
British
point, eventually it becomes clear that the narrator is also trapped in the game.
Yeah.
Huh. Interesting. Well,
Also, there is a lot of meta commentary on narrative, but really the point of the game is to be funny as fuck.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so the stream is just straight up not working for my friend. That's not good.
Aw.
I don't know what that's about.
Well, that means they're not going to join us for this conversation then.
Wait. Yeah, I think she might be finding it.
Is the direct link not working?
Yeah, the direct link to your channel is showing follow and get notified when Loreweaver is live.
Weird.
It's showing most recent video yearly up, and clicking on that isn't helpful either. Hold on 1 second. What's I want it to be?
Any other games to talk about while this
Yes.
random person is doing with technical difficulties?
Let's see.
This is
Star
one of my
Control
closest
2.
friends, so
Oh yeah, Star Control 2, baby.
This is Liliet, right?
yep.
Yeah. Star Control 2 is it's a sci-fi it's a sci-fi exploration galactic exploration and resource management game from 1990 with like 24 different alien races to interact with, and various quest lines for each race, and an overall quest line to save the galaxy from the threat of the Urquan, and rebel and get humanity and the other slave races out from under their slave shields to rebel against the Urquan,
Yeah.
and their mysterious opponents who are even worse than the Urquan. It's
I know it's one of those games that like the Star Citizen spenders point to and like, say this is what Star Citizen could be someday.
Oh god.
wow, that's interesting because it's a 1990 floppy disk game.
Yeah.
The
In general,
parallel.
like, Star Citizen is just like a weird cult that like thinks that every space game is going to eventually like who thinks that Star Citizen is the final form of every space-based game ever.
Yeah.
I will say the most jarring part about you playing that game was when I opened it up and immediately heard what I recognized as the Toys for Bob logo music.
The parallel I like to draw between Star Control 2 and another game is it's basically Mass Effect 1990.
Yeah.
Yep. People speculate very heavily that Mass Effect was inspired heavily by Star Control 2.
Yeah. And it's pretty good. Here's the thing. The combat is awful.
Dog water.
Absolutely dog shit. However, the game comes with an AI-controlled automatic combat system that you can turn on, which I did after a while, and game's way better when you don't have to actually control a 1990 floppy disk weird WASD hybrid thing. And the world building is great. The various alien races are fun. The characters, such as they are great. The overall story is great. I lost my first run of Star Control 2. I got to the end of the time limit, the death march happened, and I lost. Alana is having me play through it again to get the good ending, now that I know what the game is about and how it goes, and that's going fairly swimmingly so far. It's free on Steam. I think it's free. Is it free? I think it's either free or like $2. Hang on. Free stars. Yeah. Nope, not Children of Infinity. Free stars, the Urquan Masters, is because they lost the rights to the Star Control 2 IP to the Star Control like branding and IP, but they got the rights to the game, so they released the fan made fork of the game on Steam. And it's free. It's free to try. Give it a go. Okay, that's all the games I have to talk about. What about you guys?
Okay, so my friend has resigned herself to Twitch just not cooperating, so we can discuss it.
Right, in Stars and Time.
One of my friends is gonna play more in a minute, hopefully. So that's gonna make her feel better about it.
In Stars and Time is a patron game that I played this year. It's about a group of people in a fictional land. You pick them up at the end of their quest as they're about to go into the final dungeon. You play through a bit of the final dungeon. You go through the tutorial, you get into a room, and the main character dies. And then the main character wakes up in the field you wake up in at the start of the game. Because it's a time loop game, baby!
Now, please note, from that description, it might not be clear, as it was apparently not clear to the friend that I described it to initially. This is a turn-based RPG. It has turn-based combat. You are picking up at the end of a JRPG adventure that does explore the tropes of a JRPG adventure across the time loop story. So you, if you're like it, that's why I almost brought it up when we were talking about RPG Maker games, because it is a very similar sort of vibe, but it does actually involve turn-based RPG combat.
Yeah.
Lore, remind me, have you played Omori?
I have
It's
not.
not the same. It's not the same brand, but they are adjacent brands. They are brands that branched from a similar space. It's brands that like, oh, okay, Earthbound really was a game, wasn't it? Like that's the inspiration for a lot of things.
The favorite way I've seen Deltarune Chapter 2 described is, what if we condensed Omori down real small and got rid of some of the disturbing elements?
That's somewhat accurate, yeah.
Yeah.
But like
that makes me more interested in Omori.
Mm-hmm.
Omori is a very. I was not able to make it super far into Omori because it is very much a horror game in certain parts, but like it also isn't in other parts. It's like two different games at the same time, and the interplay between them is kind of the point of the game. So there's a lot of stuff going on there. Whereas
It's very psyche themed.
Whereas In Stars and Time is very straightforward. It's that like it explores a lot of very very heavy stuff and psychological stuff, but the actual goal is very, very straightforward, and you're doing basically like the same thing. You have to figure out why, like you have to complete your goal that you came here for, and also why the hell are you in a time loop?
Yeah.
And those are the two main things. And it gets into some various other stuff, and there's a lot of really good character stuff.
Oh, fantastic character work.
And like the main appeal of it as you go through it is that all of the characters are genuinely so fucking delightful, and the writing is so good. And if this was just a regular JRPG with all of this writing, it would be one of the greatest JRPGs of all time. But then it is also dissecting all of that that very good writing and these very interesting characters from a variety of different perspectives, as one can do when you are repeating the same length of time over and over and over and over and over again. So there's a lot of very fascinating shit that develops in the game, and the main character is one of the most fascinating main characters of all time. The thing about it, because like you are playing as them, there's not like a meta element. Like the main character has a character, and you pick dialogue options for them, but they are still themselves very much the entire time, and that's kind of the whole problem.
Yeah, and it's really fascinating because they start to go crazy, because
little
they're
bit.
because they're trapped in a time loop, and
That sucks.
it sucks so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
so, but
like if you've seen Groundhog Day, that's just sort of par for the course.
the
Time
the
loop
exact
games, stories.
the exact mental effects of a time loop on the psyche of the person looping depend a lot on the length of time. Longer time loops have different issues to shorter time loops. I have discussed this in detail with my friend Liliet because we've had a lot of time to discuss it. And
because of the time loop you're in.
Hey, at least
Man,
you're in a loop with a friend.
Anyway, yeah. So yeah, like a long time loop gives you the issues of why am I even doing this, more than the everything is repeating and like things feel pointless for different reasons, you know. And it's interesting to explore exactly what Cyprin, the main character's name is Cyprin, go like what their mental state is throughout the entire game, because it's not really that simple. It's not really as simple as they're slowly losing their mind, because they are, but the reasons why are very specific and fascinating.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of like important backstory stuff, and it's not just the meta element of, oh, they're stuck in this situation. There are reasons, there are in-lore reasons that are exploring some aspects and tropes of stories that are similar to this, but they stand on their own, and they're perfectly like fitting together as they are. And it's very interesting, the layers that it goes through. And it doesn't feel like it's talking down to the audience. It doesn't feel like it's winking at the audience at all. It just feels like it just feels like its own thing, and it feels very much like a coherent narrative that is extremely, extremely good. And yeah, I highly recommend it. I have not actually played a ton of it because I don't know if you guys remember this, but having open choices in video games makes me stressed out. So it's a very heavy exploration based game, and like for me, like knowing all the stuff that happens is going to be a very similar experience to having a guide open the entire time. So I've just been reading a lot of fan fiction and watching reaction videos and stuff, and it's good. It's fun.
Tell me you've watched my playthrough, please.
I have watched some of it, but also like watching extended playthroughs is something I have not been able to do in a while. Like it's for with my attention span.
So yeah, In Stars in Time, play it.
It's very good.
It's very good. All right, that's all the games I have on my list. How about you guys?
Oh yeah, I just remembered that technically Multiversus released this year.
Ha! Didn't that come out with a wet fart and immediately die?
Well, no. Well, it's not dead. It's still going. They just added Marceline as a character a couple weeks ago.
Oh,
and
nice.
She's a pretty fun character. Yeah, it came out in, like, I don't even know with this game. It's like, Warner Brothers in general, just like, it very much seems like the left hand doesn't know what the right hand is doing over in that company. And so,
with
Multiversus
Zaslav,
came out.
with Zaslav in charge, I think it's possible the left hand doesn't want the right hand to know what it's doing.
Yeah. So, like, the game came out a couple of years ago to a lot of fanfare, because it was a very interesting game that was, a Smash Bros-like. That Smash Bros is, retired from the gaming scene, with, Warner Brothers characters. So you could have, Superman fight Bugs Bunny, and that's fun. And then it sort of just, like, died off because they couldn't keep up with the live service grind. And then they re-released it over the summer this year, and it's been trucking. Excuse me. And it's been trucking along okay. Like, they've been introducing new characters at a steady clip, and like, it's fine. Like, you can tell that it's not doing well because they have started to boil the frog with the microtransactions.
Oh boy.
Like when the game first came out over the summer, like, an epic level skin costs about $20, now it costs about $30, and it's like, okay, well, the writing's on the wall for this game. It'll fizzle. It'll probably either like a new character will come along that like gets the internet's attention again, or it'll just sort of like fizzle out and die over the course of the next year or so.
Question: is the game free?
The game is free, but like nothing in it is like.
So you have to pay for characters and such.
Like you can't earn characters in game, but it is like kind of a tedious process. Like basically, you pick the. It used to be that like you get. There are in fact multiple ways to get new characters, which is just weird and confusing. But like one way to get new characters is to get these things called fighter points, which you can spend to buy fighters directly, and you can earn those through various in-game activities. There is also a new thing they introduced a little while ago was called the fighter track, where you basically just like put a character that you don't own on a track and you earn experience to unlock them. Or you can also just spend real money to unlock a character if you don't want to futz around with any of the in-game grinds.
Isn't there like a sort of like mission tree where you can get the points for it, but they keep gating it off by having characters needed for those missions that you don't have unlocked and you need to get
that's the like PvE mode, and they're called rifts, and like each rift is basically the equivalent of like classic mode in Super Smash Bros, where it's like 10 to 12 missions, and like you go through from encounter to encounter until you get to a boss fight at the end. And yeah, some of them are gated off based on like owning specific skins. Like you can still complete like the final boss without owning any skins, but there's always like one or two like side branches where if you want to 100% the rift, you're gonna need the skin for it. You want to 100% the rift, don't you?
I remember seeing somebody doing it, and the character that they were doing it, they got to a point where it was just like, if you want to continue, you either need to buy this Joker skin or buy this entirely new character, the Banana Guard, just to be able to continue it at all.
Yeah, and I played the shit out of the game when it came out a couple of years ago, so I just have like enough fighter points banks that I have never had to do any kind of grind or any kind of like spend money to unlock new characters as they've come out. I've just always been able to unlock them instantly. So that's never been a problem for me. For like a new player who picks the game up in, June of 2024, yeah, like the process of not owning every character is like going to be painful. And it's like, yeah, that's not great.
Because we talked about monetization earlier in the stream, and like, here's the thing. Super expensive cosmetic microtransactions are lame, but acceptable when everything else in the game is available to every player for free. Yeah. Right? Like, Path of Exile does it right. There are skins that cost $15, $20, $30, but the game is free. There is no pay to win, and everything you need to play is accessible. For the most part, if you want to really dedicate yourself to the game, you've got to buy some stash tabs for various things. But at that point, that's you've already spent like 60 hours on the game, if not more. But like these other games where you have to buy characters
just to progress in a battle pass.
This is where the microtransaction gaslighting comes into play, because if you were to call them on it, they would say it's like, well, technically you don't have to spend any money to unlock new characters. And like, that's correct. Technically you don't, but it's still a pain in the ass. They still make it a pain in the ass to get new characters, so like, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, that does sound really bad. not
Yeah,
to
well, like, and this is why it's important to talk about microtransactions, because, like, the game itself is good. It's like it is in fact like a pretty good, Smash Bros. Like, like just like game to game, it's fun. It's fun to like go get into a game and bop around. Like I said, I've been playing with actually before Marceline came out. Raven was the from the Teen Titans was the last new character. I started playing her. She's one of my new favorite characters because she's just a lot of fun to play, and she does magic and shit. And she says the magic words when she casts her spells. It's great.
Yeah.
But then there's all of this other shit that you have to, all these other hoops you have to jump through before you can play the game.
Real quick thing. Like, not to be completely stupid because I objectively realize that it is bad, but also, like, does anyone in a game like this actually play every character?
I mean, probably not, no. And so, like, there is something to be said for, like, you're going to have, like, you're not going to need every single character, but, like, you are probably going to want to try out the new ones when they come out.
I do tend to play as many characters as I can. I like to have variety.
Yeah.
Marvel vs. Capcom 3. One of the things that me and my brother used to always do was just hit random character for all three of them and just go with what we came with, and we learned how to play them all.
And like the whole hype cycle for this game is built around a new character is coming out. Don't you want to play them? And it's like, well,
yeah, okay, that is.
I want to at least try it, but if you're going to like force me to spend money to try Marceline or Raven or Beetlejuice was another character that came out this year,
Like, you cannot have gacha game release schedules if you're not going to have gacha game level, hey, we made a new area for you to explore and get currency, and here's a bunch of quests to do also.
Yeah, it's like, there's like all kinds of stuff. Like, yeah, so like that's the thing, it's like, there's a good game buried in there, but like, it's buried deep.
That's a shame.
And it's kind of my review of Multiverses. Like I said, I was able to play the game enough back in the beta that I don't have to mess with a lot of this stuff. But like now I'm just sort of like riding the downward current until the game will eventually be forced to shut down again, which will probably happen by the end of next year. Would be my guess.
That's a shame. Any game that has Steven Universe characters in it. Oh my god! Did you hear? Did you hear that happened to the Steven Universe games that came out a few years back? That Warner Brothers has just forcibly delisted the Steven Universe, like Save the Light and Attack the Light games.
What the fuck? Really? Why?
I know. Fortunately, I own both of the ones on
PlayStation. That was
PlayStation.
delisted for years.
What?
Yeah. Remember there was that Deadpool game that was delisted for years?
Really?
Yeah. It was like a 360 era Deadpool game that was pretty good. And it just disappeared from the internet one day, and and now like clips of it like live. I think it returned. It might have returned to Steam recently. I don't remember.
Let's find out.
Like,
yeah, the reminds me of the Scott Pilgrim vs. the World game. It was
that was another game that disappeared for a long time.
Nope, Deadpool is not on stream.
Yeah, the original author of the comics actually, made a point thing of getting that game back for people. And it's just good because it's a very good game.
Yeah, I must be thinking of like a few years ago, like somebody on YouTube must have like rediscovered it because all of a sudden my feed got flooded with like clips from the Deadpool video game because like one or two creators were like, "Holy shit, this game is pretty good. What the fuck happened to it?"
Yeah. I didn't know it got delisted.
I remember when that game came out.
I think 2012-ish.
I remember people talking about it, I feel.
Yeah. Speaking of Scott Pilgrim's a perfect example of this sort of thing, because, like, if that had just been a dumb, bad tie-in game, nobody would have cared, and it would have been nice of the guy who owns the guy who writes the comic to get it back so people can play it again. But the thing is, Scott Pilgrim vs. the World, the game, is one of the finest side-scrolling beat-em-ups ever made.
Yeah.
And the fact that it got delisted and wasn't available anywhere for years was a crime.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as the CEO of Ubisoft said, we should get used to not owning our games, right?
Hey, people make fun of me having physical media, but
Yeah.
I get more and more vindicated every year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Having
prefer
physical media is nice in some ways, and having digital media is nice in other ways. Really, what you should be able to do is to take the physical media and then put it onto your console, and then not have to have the console, like not have to have the disc in it, so that you can switch between games easier.
But you still have that physical media, like, anytime you want to, like, say, hey, can I go back to the version that was on this disc?
Yeah.
Although, even physical media doesn't save you nowadays. Like there are people who own physical discs of Concord. It's not doing them good.
Lord.
Anyway, what else is there to talk about this year in video games? We can't end on a microtransaction doom scroll.
Oh
note.
yeah, we didn't talk about Astrobot.
Oh yeah. Did anyone here play it?
No.
No.
I am
Well,
not
there's the
familiar.
problem.
I don't think I had even heard of that.
Nope.
I was a little surprised that won Game of the Year. I was fully expecting the winner to be Elden Ring.
I think Elden Ring didn't win because of the politics of the situation. They saw the backlash to it getting nominated, and the panel of judges went, no, we shouldn't do that after all.
I half agree with that, because the way you're putting it makes it sound like a grand conspiracy. I think this was just like a bunch of people individually in their souls were like, nah, I can't call it a DLC Game of the Year when it's not actually a full game.
Yeah.
Like, I think that was just, I don't think there was like any kind of coordinated conspiracy to make that happen. I think it just sort of, enough people like were staring down the barrel of that vote and were like, no, I can't. Astrobot is good.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I think nobody wanted a repeat of, like, was it last year or the year before, where it was like best new game, and like Sonic Frontiers came in second to Genshin Impact, which, you know,
that's been an ongoing game for a while.
Yeah, it was listed as like best new game because it had a small expansion. Like, why?
Yeah, no, that's dumb.
Yeah, that's some bullshit. Astrobot's good. Astrobot's also a little sad because of like yeah, it's a good platform game. It's all very cute and charming. It's also like highlighting the many Sony characters that have not had games in a long time.
Astrobot is like a PlayStation mausoleum.
like Astrobot would be a very good game if it didn't come out a week after Concord, which just kind of like highlights how fucked up Sony's priorities are. Sony legitimately thought that Concord was the future of their video game company, and that did not turn out to be true.
Absolutely bizarre.
And then you look at Astrobot, and you look at all of these characters, all of these cameos that are in this game, and it's like, well, why? Where's the Jak and Daxter game? Where's?
Yeah.
Yeah, Astrobot is a fun, whimsical adventure through the most colorful PlayStation mausoleum you've seen in your life.
Oh man, I still remember a post that got some controversy where somebody in Astrobot found Sol Bad Guy from Guilty Gear, Kazuya from Tekken, and Ryu from Street Fighter, and like it's the big three of fighting games, and like a load of people got super upset that they were including Guilty Gear and not Mortal Kombat. I'm just like, I mean,
those people can be mad all they want, but fuck Mortal Kombat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because like these three games, pretty much every 2D fighter takes after Street Fighter. pretty much every 3D fighter takes after Tekken, and pretty much every anime fighter takes after Guilty Gear.
Yeah.
They really are the big three.
Yeah.
Like what heritage does Mortal Kombat have? It had a couple clones in the 90s, and then the only thing since has been Injustice, and that's because it was made by the same people.
Yeah.
Yep. Oh, actually, here's another game. Speaking of Sony, Laura's been playing Horizon lately. What have you been thinking of that game?
I think
That's that game that Power World's based off of, right? I'm not thinking about a different game. Which game's the dinosaur racing game?
Ark.
Ark. There we go.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Oh God. Now Horizon is interesting. I think the gameplay is. Here's the thing: the gameplay is fun. The gameplay is interesting. The gameplay is not particularly what I look for in a game, and it's not amazing enough that I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna play this and I'm gonna look at the games that are like it. I'm like, no, this is fun. I'm fine with playing through this game. I'm not gonna seek out anything like it, but yeah, the collectathon aspect is occasionally interesting. The robot designs are really cool, and they provide a lot of variety in stuff to deal with, though I do think I will complain that several of them look goddamn identical from a distance, and you don't know what you're dealing with until you get kicked in the face by one. I'm really intrigued by the background lore of the world. I want to know what caused the downfall of humanity. The teasers they've given me are really cool. And that's keeping me going through the stuff that's somewhat less interesting.
Yeah.
When you said you were really intrigued by the background lore, I was just imagining like a shadowed clone of you in the background of shots in the video game.
Well, and that gets, well, like, and what you just said there, like, actually gets into the biggest problem with this game as a franchise that Sony has been trying to push. Because, like, by the end of the game, you are going to understand all of the background lore. And then, which is going to be great for this game, but then there's a second game.
Oh boy, did they make Horizon Zero Dawn a complete in itself experience and answer every question and not expect to have a sequel?
Well, there are like a couple of dangling plot threads left, but at the end of the game, like there is like in fact I think there is even like a stinger in the credits with the sequel book leading into the next game. But like by and large, like all of the stuff like unwrapping the mystery of like what happened to Earth to create the world that you see in Horizon Zero Dawn. Like, by and large, you get a pretty clear picture of everything that happened. And there are a few questions left, and some of those get addressed in the second game. But there's no mystery anymore. You're just, you're just continuing to live in this world and collect, and there's just the collectathon left. And it's and then they also tried to make a Lego game, which, who the fuck is Lego Horizons even for? Like,
I understand why they made Lego Horizons. It's a weird combination, but the Lego games have a following among adult players who like the gameplay loop. I haven't ever tried them, but there are a lot of adults who play the Lego games, and so the Lego Horizons is not as out there a choice of game to make as you seem to think it is.
I think so, because I think that like even among Lego game fans, there is still like you still have to be like interested in the property, the original property, right? Like
and in which case, why wouldn't you just play Horizon?
Yes, well, that's exactly the thing. Is like, why would you just play Horizon? Like if you hate Harry Potter, you're not going to play the Harry Potter Lego game.
Yeah.
Unless you're like a real Lego diehard, and I don't think that human being exists.
Oh, you'd be
Lego
surprised.
diehards are just doing Lego construction.
Here's the thing.
It's like that's the issue. Is that like Harry Potter, Star Wars, these other Lego games, they're based on properties that aren't video games, so there is a novelty in experiencing this world as a Lego video game. Horizon is already a video game.
Yeah.
You can just play the video game instead of the video game. What
Okay,
are we doing
but
here?
hello, noted Pokemon and Kingdom Hearts gamer saying more game of the thing that I like is never bad.
Oh,
and-
I wish there
Another
are
game
games
was like-
in franchises I love that I wish had never happened. Other M.
Well, yeah,
Oh.
I'm aware of that, but like,
Oh god.
also let me just say, I'm pretty sure it's just because the Horizon Legos sold well. Like they were good sets, they were good Lego sets, and they sold a lot. And Lego was like, we could like do some stuff with that. And
Yeah,
the
I
makers of
suppose there's
Horizon
that,
were
but,
like,
like,
we like
even-
making money, and they just decided to roll with it.
Yeah. Well, like
man.
even then, like that's another game that came out and just like failed immediately, quietly. Like again, people are estimating that one probably sold like 20 to 30,000 copies.
Really? Lego Horizons?
Yeah,
That's it?
yeah.
Speaking of
Wow.
Because I have math on my side when I say I don't understand who would buy this game.
Yeah, wow. Well, I guess
man,
more when I was arguing that the decision to make it made more sense than you were making it out to.
Well, I mean, okay, but then 20,000 units sold, so
Yeah, no, fair.
so
Yeah,
you
you
have a
know-
bright future as a Sony executive, and I don't, I suppose.
Oh, you wound me. Oh, that's nasty. Take that back.
Anyway,
We all heard the argument. We all heard the words coming from your mouth. I'm sorry.
anyway,
Yeah.
speaking of Lego games that are actually good, Lego Fortnite.
Oh no, is it good?
Yeah, I have not actually played it. I just
Oh.
feel obligated to let you know that I have heard other people talk about it positively.
Yeah,
I heard-
I'm not surprised that's good because like Fortnite is already like kind of a building game, and Lego is a building game, so
I heard people
it
talk
kind of feels
about
like
it.
a match made in heaven, to be honest.
I heard people talk about it positively when it first came out, and then I haven't heard people talk about it since.
Yeah, well, I mean, the
it
people
kinda-
playing that game are like 12, so
Yeah.
Yeah, a couple times this stream, some things have been said that have reminded me about what's ended up happening with Paul Breath of Fire. They had 4 really good traditional RPGs. Then it had a love it or hate it SRPG, and then Breath of Fire 6 happened, which was a mobile phone town building simulator that never left Japan, and it did so badly that Capcom now thinks that Breath of Fire is a dead IP. Not thinking, we betrayed our fans. Like no, I guess there's just no one wants it anymore. Like, oh
well, I mean,
god.
that's just like a tales all this time in any
Yeah.
creative media. It's like
Yeah.
executives never think, oh, maybe we made. They never think, oh, maybe the movie we made is bad. Maybe this franchise is just poison. Like there was literally. Did you see the quote from the Sony executive yesterday about Craven? It's like, I understand. Craven's not even a bad movie.
Oh,
Just the stunned silence. That's great.
I don't. I'm not
I have
familiar,
heard
so I
that
don't know.
Craven is god awful.
But yeah, like the Sony executive was like, I don't understand what people think. Why did Craven do badly? It's not even a bad movie.
Oh, what? Minda, was it you that told me that recently that all of these Sony movies with the Spider-Man villains could have had Spider-Man in? They just decided they didn't want to use him.
oh, because
That's
they thought
correct.
Spider-Man wasn't something people wanted to see.
Well, they also probably like correctly just didn't want to make it confusing for people because they probably didn't want their movies to turn into advertisements for the MCU.
Yeah.
You know, and which is probably what would have happened if they had put Spider-Man in their movies. But
Well, that would have been a mutually beneficial relationship,
Really
I
shitty
think.
movies, so like,
Yeah. That
maybe
would-
not
that
the
would-
best play.
Yeah, honestly, that would have been ironically symbiotic.
Ha! Here's the thing. I think. Here's a question: how successful was Venom 1?
All right.
Because it was an awful movie, but it was a blast. And I loved it. It was so bad, but so fun that I happily rewatched the damn thing. And I think that a bunch of Spider-Man villains getting their own movies that were that level of bad but fun would have been pretty successful for Sony. But the rest of them were just bad and not fun.
Nope.
And, like...
I'm not the right person to talk to about this because I haven't... The only superhero movie that I've enjoyed recently was the first Spider-Verse movie.
You didn't like the second one?
Yet?
I haven't seen the second one yet.
Okay, that I am no longer offended.
But like normal live action ass superhero movies, I'm just sitting here like I'm whelmed, you know?
You know? The last really good MCU movie was Guardians 3, Guardians of the Galaxy 3. That one was great. Everything since then has been somewhere in the mess scale. At best. Anyway, this video game podcast has turned into a movie podcast, so I think it's time to pick our favorite games of the year at close.
Oh wait, before we do games of the year, Love and I played games together this year.
We did multiple times. We did something called Pokemon Draft League, baby. Pokemon Draft League. It's Pokemon, but you draft a team of guys, and then you have to pick 6 of those guys against different other
opponent
people in the
each
league.
week.
And you know what their 11 guys are, and you have to plan for them. And Ted and I did 2 seasons together this year. One where we were not on the same team, but didn't have to fight each other because of how the brackets worked out, and one where we were on the same team and dragged our team's reputation down together.
You were doing good at the start.
I
Be nice
was,
to
and then I stopped, and it felt really bad.
So how does this work? Is this like a browser game or like what?
Okay, so it's basically it's not a browser game, but it does use Pokemon Showdown to do the matches. Okay. Essentially, it's just it's a group of people collectively do this, and they organize it. They have a whole, you'll have a whole Google Doc and everything. And start of the season, a draft will happen, and all of the Pokemon are organized into different, for lack of a better term, different like tiers of power, and you have to have so many from each tier in your team of 11 or your roster of 11 Pokemon.
Right.
Different leagues will do this differently. Sometimes it's based on like a point system, but this is how the league that we're in does it.
And you do an actual draft, right? Like fantasy football?
Yes. Yes. So if one person, for example, has one person has Charizard, no one else can have Charizard.
Yeah.
And then
if you draft, I don't know. Yeah, if you draft like Hydreigon, the rest of your team is going to be comparatively weak, I imagine.
In a point system, yes.
Yeah,
you got the good idea of it. And then people, some draft leagues just do it on hardware, like they'll just be like, build your team in actual Scarlet and Violet. But most of them use Pokemon Showdown. But it's been a lot of fun, and I just figured I wanted to bring it up because I wanted to ask Love how she has enjoyed it so far.
I've had a great time. I'm a little too competitive sometimes. I feel really, really good when I do well because I don't expect to do well, but when I don't do well, I feel really bad because I feel like I feel like a failure, and I don't like feeling like a failure. But like those are normal things that I have to deal with all the time anyway. I have liked both of the teams that I have drafted extremely well. The first season I did a snow themed team. So the way that this draft works is that you get a choice between 3 lower tier mons as your like starter to build like a team around that you can't trade no matter what. And for me, that season was Lapras, because Lapras came up as an option, and I was like, okay, so the other two are very good options, but Lapras. So I picked Lapras. It turns out Lapras's best use in combat is Dragon Dance, by the way, which is fun and interesting. Um, so I was like, okay,
how are matches decided? Like,
the
you draft your
like,
team and then what?
so you draft your team, and the teams are decided by whoever's organizing it. Like the teams of coaches, or like the roster or whatever, is decided by whoever's organizing it. They just build they build a bracket basically, or like a round robin situation usually. And then you build up a record over the course of the season, and then the top however many do playoffs.
And you're put into a team with like 3 or 4 other players. And so there's team averages and all that. But yeah, you individually will fight players from other teams in a sort of it's very much like almost like a sports season, in that the best performing ones at the end of the season have playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
A lot of the times the players are referred to as coaches, and the coaches are on teams. That's because that's just how fantasy sports do it. I know.
Yeah.
I don't do those. I just do this.
That's like a fun thing.
So the second season, the first season it was a snow team. I had to shift around a couple of things, but Alolan Ninetales and Dracovish and Tinkaton were like my 3 main guys that I brought basically
Tinkaton.
Tinkaton was on my team both seasons, and she was my MVP both times. She comes in, she takes her hits, she paralyzes everything, sets stealth rocks, and then slams you with her hammer. And she can do it all, baby. She's great. I love her.
Didn't you also have Shockingly Unkillable Moth last season?
Yes, I had Shockingly Unkillable Moth. I did not get to pop off as hard with Frostmoth last season as the person with Frostmoth this season has gotten pop off with Frostmoth
this season.
Frostmoth
What do you mean Terrifier Frostmoth is this good?
Frostmoth is fantastic. I will die on the hill of Shockingly Unkillable Moth for all of eternity.
Also, it took me a moment there to realize you meant the fire terror type, because I heard Terrifier, which, given how good you're saying Frostmoth was, it does sound
might as well be what it was doing.
Yeah.
This season I had Meowscarada as my S tier. Dracovish was my S tier before, and they got the S A B C D E type thing. And so Dracovish was fun to play with last season, but I really did like Meowscarada because Meowscarada can, similar to Tinkaton, just kind of do it all. My naming theme was generic Final Fantasy last season, and then my starter in the current one was Bruxish, who, by the way, I fucking love Bruxish now. I was a Bruxish
rules.
I was a Bruxish defender before. I thought, oh, that's a fun guy who has fun tricks. I am now firmly Team Bruxish. This fish saved my ass. You put a dazzling scarf build together, and it's just flip turning everywhere. It's doing absolutely everything, and I love her. So I was trying to come up with a name for her, and somebody said that bitch from FFX2.
That was me.
Yes, Teddy was an excellent help, and he was that lady from FFX2, and I was like, you're a genius. And so I just named the rest of the characters after FFX and FFX2 characters. Meowscarada was Yuna, and
FF10.
Yeah, FF10 too. Bruxis was LeBlanc, Meowscarada was Yuna, and I wanted to get all 3 of the Paldea starters because then I could have all of them be YRP together, but that wound up not working out, so I instead had Pain be Rampardos, and Tinkaton was Riku. So
there you go.
Pain is great as Rampardos.
Yes, Snom evolves, and it's great.
So that sounds like
I don't blame you for not knowing. It's Friendship at Night, which is a weird ass choice that they made. It took me. I had to look it up when I was playing because I wanted the Frost Moth. I wanted Frost Moth so bad when I first saw Snom. I was like, I need whatever beautiful Luna Moth this is going to turn into immediately in my life. And I was correct to want that, but I had to look up how it happened.
Yeah.
What's up, Minda?
Yeah, it sounds like a fun Pokemon adjacent activity.
It is.
Pokemon is one of the best social activities in general ever conceived. Like, I highly recommend finding a friend and saying, let's go play through this Pokemon game together, and then, like, have a battle after every gym leader, and just, like, explore the shit together. And, like, whether you do it on emulator or physical media with an actual IRL friend that you can trade with, like, it is one of the greatest experiences you can have ever in your entire life. I find it, like, Pokemon is one of the best things at bringing people together, and I will die on that hill. And I wish I lived in the Pokemon world, but unfortunately, wishing is not a thing.
Yeah, the closest we can come to living in the Pokemon world was that one summer when Pokemon Go first came out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh god,
Right,
that was 8 years ago.
Anybody ready? It's been 4 hours and 10 minutes. Any less video games to talk about?
I'm out.
Not that I can think of.
Die, Teddy.
Anything else sounds good.
Would you consider my Vital Bracelet to count?
That's a video game.
I mean, like, I know about the Vital Bracelet. That who do you got in there, right?
Right now I am raising a DNA Digivolved Sylphimon into Valkyrymon, but like and I'm going to be changing the Aquilamon that I used as material for it into an Armageddonmon. So I'm currently raising.
Explain what the fuck you're talking about for the people in the audience.
Yes.
Okay,
right.
so Vital Bracelet is a Fitbit Digivice.
Yes,
it's a Digivice that is also a Fitbit.
Yeah, a Digimon branded fitness watch. You get these chips, and you plug them into the bracelet to hatch an egg. And depending on what egg it is, it will evolve differently, and it branches depending on how you exercise and how you fight with it. And honestly, I've not exactly been losing any weight, but what I have noticed is I'm carrying the weight that I have better. I'm able to, I'm finding myself able to do the exercises more, walk further and faster. So it's only been 2 months.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
yeah, so I've been, like, I'm very game motivated and I'm very Digimon motivated, so it's actually some motivation to exercise.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Digimon
Another ongoing game that I am literally playing as we speak because I need something to do with my hands during these things is Holocure had a big update a couple months ago.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I haven't played.
I have floated the idea of doing a stream where I play Holocure and have like VTuber fans in the audience giving me the deep lore.
So
I would adore that.
Holocure is quite good. Yes.
Yeah, like the fact that Holocure is the second best Vampire Survivor like game and like arguably better than Vampire Survivor in a couple of ways is honestly just funny. That is just a funny fact about the world of video gaming, that this game is as good as it is.
Yeah.
But yeah, Holocure, as I just said, is a Vampire Survivors-like game.
Bullet Heaven.
Bullet Heaven is the name I have seen floated for this genre of video game, because it is the opposite of a bullet hell in a lot of ways. And yeah, this game is a very well-made game that is full of Hololive references instead of Castlevania references.
And therefore, it's free, from what I understand.
It is completely free because it was made by a fan, and so like actually
it is a fan
charging
game.
money for it is not something they're allowed to do. It is completely free. The update added a couple generations of girls who were not previously in it, so they're up to like 30-ish characters now.
God damn. How many people are in Hololive?
There are several. There are several.
100, I think.
There are several quote-unquote generations of Hololive. Think
it's
about
at
it like
least
seasons of a
50.
TV show almost.
There's
Yeah. It's like at
20.
least 3 dozen at this point.
And they all have their own gimmicks in HoloCure.
Is 20.
Only thing I don't
Okay.
like about HoloCure is the gotcha is the fake gotcha pool element.
Actually, there are 47 characters in HoloCure,
47.
and there are
Jeez.
That's
and
about
there are still like even more.
Just wait until you
idols
hear how
who
many-
are not in the game yet.
Just wait until you hear how many characters are in Vampire Survivors lore.
Oh yeah, they added like 80 with the Castlevania update, didn't they?
Yeah,
Something like that. Yeah.
something like that.
Wait, they have like
Um,
actual Castlevania characters in it now?
Yeah, there was a
Yeah.
Castlevania DLC.
Oh shit.
Oh, yeah.
That
Yeah,
actually
And-
the Castlevania
and,
DLC is very good. I played some of that when that came out.
Yeah, and they weren't kidding when they said everybody's here. If you actually complete the DLC, you unlock even more characters for free.
Wow.
Like there's like there's like 20 characters you get from the DLC, and then like another 15 for clearing the DLC. It's absurd. Any
Yeah.
character you think is missing is just waiting for you to clear it.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, HoloCure also, in the update, they also added a new game mode that is just Jump King. I don't know if you've ever heard of Jump King, but it is one of those rage games that is like very difficult. And they clearly put that game in there just to troll a couple of the Hololive girls, because there are a couple of Hololive girls who are very easy to talk into a challenge. And so it's like they knew that if they put a Jump King level in the game, a couple of the girls would just be like, oh, well now I have to do this. You don't understand, I have to do this.
Yeah.
And so like that is just like a very amusing interplay between the creator of the game and the inspiration for the game that was great to watch play out in the days after the latest patch released. And yeah, it's a great game, and I like playing it when I need something to do with my hands while talking about other video games.
Do you want to do that stream sometime? Have you on call, giving me the deep Hololive lore?
Yeah,
I would also like to volunteer. I'm not an expert, but I do enjoy Hololive. I am familiar with most of the cast of characters.
Yeah. There would be some stuff I wouldn't know because there are 47 of these fucking ladies in and
Meanwhile, this is the most I've ever heard of All Alive. I'm not exactly experienced in it.
I still found it really charming when the first Hololive American generation was like cryptids and, you know, other sorts of supernatural things, and then a detective.
Yeah.
Well, somebody's got to investigate the cryptids.
Exactly, that's literally what the logic
that was
was.
in fact the gimmick.
Yeah.
It's like a whole bunch of cryptids and then the one investigator investigating the cryptid. And then the second generation of Hololive girls were like forces of nature. So like one of the girls represented nature, one of them represented civilization, two of them represented time and space.
Mm-hmm.
It was they never did anything with it, but they also like hinted that there was going to be like some kind of like amalgamation of them all called like Pandora or something that was just like the ultimate goddess of the Hololive shared universe that sort of exists in the lore if you pay attention to all that. But yeah, it's a fun little game, and I've been playing it this whole time that we've been talking because that's how I do things.
Fair
I'm
enough.
sorry,
because
Luigi Brothers.
I probably have undiagnosed ADHD and need to manage it somehow.
I've been
Hey.
running through some Balatro, so I understand.
Me with Genshin Impact, to be honest, and also Star Rail to a certain extent as well.
Yeah.
It varies depending on the day, which one I'm feeling.
Well, I have been putting 100% of my attention into this stream. Thank you very much.
So yeah, speaking of Genshin and Star Rail, I did try out ZZZ a little bit a while ago. I have not spent money on it, nor had time to pursue it further, but like some of the character designs did get me. It's like, okay,
Yeah, I
can see
tried
this.
it, but I cannot play 3 different gacha games at the same time, and I
Yeah.
was like, Maya's playing it hardcore. She'll tell me about anything really cool if I like want to play it instead of one of the other ones. But for right
Yep.
now, the Star Rail lore has me like locked in, and I find
sure.
the Genshin world building to be very interesting.
Yeah. My biggest takeaway from looking at ZZZ is that somebody needs to give the Holo people the Ruby IP.
They would, but that would be crazy.
That would be
That's like-
wild.
That would be
It might as
wild.
well at this point.
A Holoverse game set in the Ruby universe would be perfection.
That would be wild.
Like that is, they would do what Ruby has been trying to do for like a decade with their animation style, and also Ruby just has enough characters to feel a gacha game. Like they're just that enough characters exist for them to do
No.
that.
I'm really imagining the alternate universe where instead of being like a narrative show, Ruby was just like all of the animations were just, advertisements for new gacha game characters and storylines, and
Well, yeah.
it kind of feels like it would have gone better, maybe.
Yeah,
That's
like,
just
that
what
honestly feels like
Hoyoverse
a better
does, I
timeline
feel
than the
like-
one we got.
I feel like
that-
that would have gone a little better.
Like, yeah, because I feel like that does, like, never let anybody tell you that gacha games cannot have good storytelling, by the way. I will
Mhm.
fight people about that. So yeah, honestly, like, I think that would have been better. That actually is a good idea.
Yeah,
That's
but
why.
like I don't know, like I don't know, the rights of Ruby are kind of up in the air right now after Rooster Teeth shut down last year.
It's- The way that
That's-
Ruby went is so fascinating to me. They were in a crossover fighting game, weren't they?
Yeah.
Yes,
they were in a
Persona.
crossover with like Blaze Blue and Persona,
Yeah, and then it just kind of
investing.
vanished.
and then they also had like a big crossover with the DC universe.
They did.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I think there were even
So-
2 movies. There was like one where the Ruby girls go to the DC universe, and one where a bunch of DC heroes go to the Ruby universe.
I was not familiar with this.
Yeah, that's wild.
hilarious.
Yeah, this was a thing. This was in fact one of the last things that Rooster Teeth managed to finish before they went under.
That's
It's like-
wild.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and just hard to comprehend.
Yeah. So yeah, but yeah. Anyway, yeah, like a Ruby Holoverse video game, like
It's
Love-
Hoyoverse.
yeah, Hoyoverse. Sorry, Hoyoverse. Like yeah, like those of you who've seen any Hoyo games can see the vision.
Yeah,
Man, yeah. That would have been crazy.
that would have been wild.
Well, someday maybe they will come together to form what the final form that Ruby was always meant to be. Anyway, so game of the year.
Game of the year. Love, you go
Let's-
first.
we should
Oh
probably
god,
finish with
me?
lore.
I have not thought about this at all.
Here, I'll start. We should probably finish with lore because this is his stream.
Yeah.
Game of the year. Marvel Rivals is good, but it's I think too early to like call it my game of the year. So I think I will have to go with Rebirth because come on, it's Rebirth.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, no, actually, that's correct. It's Rebirth.
Yeah.
Die?
Actually, no. It is legitimately. It feels like it's cheating to give it to Thousand Year Door because Thousand Year Door is just one of my favorite games full time already, and giving it to the remake is just like saying it's my favorite game again. I don't know. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with Rebirth, but like there's an asterisk on there that I am not giving it to Thousand Year Door on principle.
Yeah. All right, Die.
Honestly, well, besides the vital bracelet because of it having tangible physical health benefits for me,
Of course.
probably Shadow Generations because it has just been, it really is just an absolute blast, and it really feels like they've gotten back on track. And I hope this improvement in quality stays. Like I said, it's probably one of the best Sonic games since Adventure 2.
Nice. All right, Teddy.
UFO 50, real ones will know why. Shout out to Greg Milk.
This is fair, yes.
And as for me, it's Rebirth. It's got to be Rebirth. Like It's number 3 on my favorite games of all time list. Seriously, I fucking loved Rebirth. It's so good. I cannot wait for part 3. We still have to do the Rebirth podcast.
We really do.
We need to figure out a time and day and what game we're playing to do that on.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
mean, that's when you guys just gather to do Stardew Valley, and I just fish while you guys talk about.
That's honestly a good idea.
Yeah,
That's honestly a very
that'll
good
work,
idea.
yeah.
We should set that up.
Other time. But anyway, I think that is the end of that.
Yeah, Minda wants to go take a nap or something.
I do, in fact. I have D&D later, and so I
It
need
has
to
been
do
4.5
dishes.
hours.
Yeah.
So yeah, I need to
Yes.
eat and refill my water and shit. So
I got
I
got a gift card to the local Chinese place, so I'm probably gonna order takeout.
Ooh, that sounds delicious.
that
Final
does sound
Fantasy VII refill.
I should get my. I should get my.
Actually, here, that's a good question too. Before we wrap up, does anyone have any theories about what in the hell the subtitle is going to be called for part 3?
It was
Oh,
gonna-
retread.
I was so ready for it to be Reunion, and then they did Crisis Core Reunion.
Score reunion,
Yeah,
yeah.
that was they
Everyone was
didn't
on that
communicate.
page.
They didn't communicate what the title for part 3 was going to be. Part 3's title was going to be Reunion, but they didn't
was it?
communicate with the other dev team.
Oh no.
Oh.
Maybe Resurrection.
Resurrection, something along those lines seems about right. I was thinking like God, there were a bunch that I was considering, and now they've all left my brain. I hate when this happens.
That's fine.
Or like Revival or something.
Return would work.
Return would work, yeah, but that doesn't feel as final, you know.
Yeah.
Turns out it turns out it's actually Pokemon crossover. It's Final Fantasy VII Relicanth.
So like remake, rebirth,
Retread.
we would have to like imagine what what it has to do with
Oh, restore. Restore.
Yeah, was that-
restore
if I was just-
possibility.
Restoration's a good
Restoration is-
one.
or just restore. Actually, restore works pretty good.
Yeah, I think it would be restore rather than restoration.
Yeah, that it fits the syllables, and also it's a materia type, so it's cute. That one actually might be
Yeah,
good.
I wonder if we're going to know the subtitle by the end of next year. There's no way it comes out in 2015. Obviously, it's coming out in like late 2027 at the earliest. But like,
Well, I should hope they're not going back in time and releasing it in 2015.
2015.
Rehash.
2027. Who said 2015?
You did.
2027.
You said it wasn't coming out in 2015 as
Ooh.
instead of 2025.
It's
How
not coming out
about-
in 2025. But
How
like,
about release?
Oh shit. Oh shit, that one's really good.
That is an interesting one.
That was actually really good.
Yeah.
Or
I could get
relapse.
behind release. It would also it'd be
Or
kind of
reclaim. Reclaim would be good.
Ooh,
Reclaim.
Reclaim.
It would be kind of funny if they just pulled a Kendrick and just stuck with Reunion.
I mean, why not,
Ooh.
right? Like, honestly, I feel like that would be fine.
I think they should, honestly.
Rekindle.
No, it's a
Oh.
little too much. I think that's
Yeah.
too many syllables.
All right. Well, that's enough of this.
That has been the yearly wrap up, everybody. Thank you for watching. Thank you guys
Play
for coming
all the
on my
games
show.
we talked about today.
Thank you for coming on my show. I will be back with at least 2 of you tomorrow for Final Fantasy XIV.
Yes.
Hi.
Have a good time.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching. And I will see you next time.
Ciao for now.
Bye.
Have fun, stay safe, be brave enough, be kind, and
Get Pokemon!
sure, that one.
Bye, everybody.